do on everything. He finished the last two games. He finished very, 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 very strong. I said, let me go out and work hard. For one personal thing and for the team, and just basically the country where I export all of them things to the I think.
Yesterday you said he will be doing something good yesterday. Morrison taking away the ball and every batsman that come here try to play something. As and come on him try to give this strike and it was the first time. Right? The next man never come on the crease and decides to go and soak up some ball and beat, try to wipe out some ball. He cover the strike and give up and miss strike. That is the most part of that innings he consider that a big effort. But despite the fact that we have two people in our group, next man where they like, the next man on the go, make him go on to go. So that's the third time I'm up. As long as you hear the assistant, they see what the ball up here, you can maximize your strength. That's what I'm saying. While we achieve the individual team thing, most essential. Adios.
The ball of them, we have to go long to work out the batsman them, brother. We have to go long to work out. We don't need one or two balls enough to work out the man them, brother. We have ball too much in man them strength. I cast the last 2 or 3 games. We have to work out the man them quick, brother.
The man is the
ball the man them want.
Probably didn't realize that this again. That the car that this a lot. Probably like to the yard. Find out. Wow, let me tell you something. Sometimes, and probably have some police in the yeah, because what happened, remember, if me see you, if me pick you up off the road, me know say, me know exactly which area you live. You know what I'm saying? Yes, guys, let's go.
Have a good game in a song.
Do me a favor. Take a pic for me, make. No man no say I work, me I work.
Receipt.
Just take a pic. No man no say I work, me I work. Yeah man. Yeah, the scene man, you know.
So we're all set for the first of a doubleheader here at Sabina Park as this competition goes to the back end of it. Really, you would call it crunch time at this period of the competition. John Campbell and Alwyn Williams opening the batting for the Stars. John Campbell has been in fine form. He is really single-handedly bring this team to the position they are in on the points table at the moment. Middlesex Titans, very inconsistent, and this should be a real ding-dong battle between these two teams. I'm here joined by Mr. Orville Higgins. Good morning to you,
Chris? Yeah man, good to be here. Good day, good night, good afternoon to our viewers, depending on wherever in the world you are. Should be a good contest this. It's a nice bright sunny afternoon or sunny morning. It's the kind of day that's tailor-made to play cricket. Santoki will start.
The Met Office did say that there would be some rain,
Oh,
but it doesn't look that way at the moment.
not at the moment.
The Middlesex Stars, they are third in the points table. They're on 12 points. Of course, in front of them is the Surrey Royals on 15 points, the Surrey Kings on 16 points, and the Middlesex Titans, they have now occupied that cellar position at the bottom of the table. They are last.
All right, so here's the first ball. And that's a nice, pleasant stroke back at bowler by Alwyn Williams. The two men out, long off, and mid-wicket right back. So they expect Alwyn Williams to either loft down the ground, down the offside, or that pickup shot over mid-wicket. And that's a good start by Santoki. That's working down towards mid-on. Nice, easy single. and the Stars are on their way.
Yeah, John Campbell, the man, said before, he has been batting well. He has been the main ingredients for probably the last couple of games they've played. He's at the top of the table, 262 runs, an average of 37.43. He has been really good. Just recently been recalled to the test team. And I think that's what you need from international players. Have said, I want them to come here to stamp their class on the game.
Interesting. For Santoki, out of picture, the man at deep mid-wicket has come into a regulation mid-wicket in the circle, but now they have a slip, which means that Santoki may just be trying to leave the bat of John Campbell. They feel if he has a weakness, and we have seen that in Test cricket, it's maybe that ball just outside off stump. That ball, but that was a little bit too wide.
Yeah, it needs to be closer. It's actually Alwyn Williams, I think, on strike. Yeah. So
it's Williams.
Yeah,
on
Williams
strike.
on strike. But Santoki always, I think his job is to bowl full, look to swing the ball early, LBW into play, and bowl. That's really the mood of dismissal he goes for.
Oh, that's a good delivery. May have just taken some pace off that. Williams had to respect it. Good start by Santoki. Not really looking to be extra quick. He's never been extra quick, but seems to be bowling a little well within himself at the moment.
Williams has been a good partner for Campbell. He has supported him well. He needs to do that today also.
He's hitting that down to Medan. Fairly easy single in the end. I thought he maybe just dragged that down to Medan. Maybe had hoped to hit it through the offside. Love to see that again. But nice, decent start from Santoki.
Yeah, I think pace off. I think doing the job. No real pace on the delivery. He's looking to hit it too hard. And I think Santoki, experienced campaigner, you'd have to say, has been around for a long time. One of the leading wicket takers into CPL. Even though he's at the back end of his career, but I think he's still a very good operator.
I was just about to say that. I still think Santoki is good enough to play even CPL cricket. He's a decent performer, even at this stage.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think he had joined the Zooks 1 year.
John Campbell out of his crease, down the ground, and find out that the ball wasn't full enough. Had to play a more orthodox shot out into the offside.
Such a talent is John Campbell. You get disappointed when you don't see him get runs, but I think has been so good in this tournament. I think will do his confidence a world of good.
Why would there be no slip to Campbell? That's hit out towards a wideish Medan. No run. No slip to Campbell, but a slip to Alwyn Williams. End of a good first over that from Santoki. And the Stars are 3 without loss. What's your verdict to the slip to Alwyn Williams, but none to John Campbell?
I think the threat of John Campbell, again, top of the run score, I think it plays on the mind of captains. I think it's really more to contain him. So probably trying to get that extra feeler in the circle. And he's bowling pace off. I really don't expect anything really to be flying to slip. So I think Santoki.
But he's still bowling pace off with a slip to Williams.
Again, it goes back to who is on strike and the run scoring that John Campbell would have done through this tournament. And I think you see it so many times. For example, you see a Chris Gayle opening with somebody else. Well, Chris Gayle comes into the strike, the fielders, they patrol the edge of the circle, they start going onto the boundary. So I think the threat of the fear factor that John Campbell possesses, I think that's what Santoki is mindful of. Brian Buchanan partnering Santoki again. Buchanan also a former first-class player, would have represented Jamaica before.
All right, so here's Buchanan now. Williams on strike, down the track, and trying to heave it over the north stand and making no contact.
Yeah, quiet start so far. The batsmen, you see them looking to size up the bowlers, but just not able to get them away. Probably need to spend a bit more time at the crease.
That's it on the pad. Bowling continues to be fairly tight, and the Stars have not been allowed to get away here.
Yeah, full
Good start
delivery
by the
there.
bowling team, yes.
Just coming back through there from Buchanan onto the pad. Stifling start so far.
Oh, that was steep. Surprised him. One for the over. The umpire is signaling. Buchanan doesn't seem too happy. Seems to be a little bit nonplussed. But this one took off from. Wasn't too short. Where did that one come from?
I think Buchanan has a point. Really don't think at the point that delivery would have passed Williams. It was over shoulder height, but the pitch probably a bit too pace. Based on what I've seen so far, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays on as the days progress.
So Buchanan again. That's another heave by Williams. You can't call it more than that. That was just agricultural, trying to whack it over mid-wicket. But that one, if anything, stayed down.
Yeah, this is a good start. I think they're in the second over here. This over so far has not conceded a run. And it's at that point that you're going to say something has to give.
Buchanan again to Williams. And forced to be a lot more respectful this time. This nurdles out towards cover for a single.
I think this is now where the batsman has to be realized that they can't get the boundaries. So I think they still has to look to push. Gentle drop as Williams did there in front of him. Get the single, come off strike. Probably John Campbell has something different planned that he can probably do. Get a boundary in this over to put some kind of respectability to it. Because I mean at this point it's been really very slow start. Below par. Not where they want to be.
Alright, you get the feeling that John will be coming. Oh, that's down the leg side. No signal? Why would that not be called a wide?
I think that's a close one. We look at it again here. Orville,
saying that he got a touch on the pad?
I think because that he moved across to the off stump, and I kind of want to agree. I think the bowlers, they get a hard time in white ball cricket. I think in the end that's a justifiable call from the umpire.
Yeah, the replays show that it wasn't as wide as I initially thought. So, and because John did move.
You did say the line move with
the line does move. The batsman. 4 without loss though. The sixes or the Stars can't be too happy with this.
No, not at all. I think the real hope they can really take away from that is that they have 10 wickets in hand and they still have their captain John Campbell at the crease. I think that's really is a positive for them at the moment, because it has been a really you call it pedestrian stroll at the moment.
All right, so 4 without loss from 2 overs. And it's Jamie Merchant, the off spinner. Will be bowling to Williams for over number 3. That's hit down the ground. Good flat shot. That goes all the way. That's the way to do it. And that's a proper greeting. One national player to the other.
Yeah, nice Sunday morning greeting. Well, I think that one, as you look at it, was tossed up in the slot. John Campbell has his issues with off spinners at times, but he's in fine form. I think that was an easy hit for him.
He's backing away and steering it down. It's backward of point for a single. So that's good batting. You've already taken on hit a 6. And John Campbell is very important to this batting lineup. Good shot. Here's the 6 again.
I think it's a good challenge here, the off spinner. Against lofted drive. He played it well, just hit through the line of that one. No much turn on offer at the moment, early days.
Alvin Williams, now what can he do? gets a short one. Hits it down to the man at long on.
It's a nice battle between the two left-handed batsmen, off spinner in operation.
Merchant. This time down the ground is Williams, and that's disappeared over wide, over long off. They're taking Merchant to the cleaners. That was a huge hit. 6 more.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Nice use of the feet for a moment. I thought he really didn't got enough on it as I had thought. There you go, getting close to delivery. I think the most important thing with these two shots so far from these two batsmen is that they're looking to hit dead straight. They're not hitting across the line, they're hitting straight. That's very much important.
Indeed, indeed. And Williams disappointed with himself. Didn't get a run from that. So already 14 off the over.
Big space on the leg side. I think there's an opportunity for a single. Needed to come inside the line of that one, Williams. So I think Merchant just been put under some pressure here. He's one of the bowlers that the Titans are really much dependent on to send down 2 clinical overs all the time. He's put under early pressure today.
That's it on the pad. And a good end to the over, but it was already a very costly one. 15 from it. And the Stars a little bit more where they'd want to be. 19 without loss from 3. Rate of 6.3. Not where you'd want it, but certainly that over would have helped.
Yeah, I think what really makes it for a good reading is that they haven't lost a wicket. I think once these two are there, I think that dressing room of the Stars will be very happy. And the longer they can bat, I think the more hope they have that they can get up to a respectable total. We see a big meeting here. No, I think they're going to take the batting power play also. I think this is good. They would have been there from the start. They're set, and they would have had a look as to what is going on. I think they're easily the 2 better players in the Stars team. So I think it's important that these 2, if any, bat that power play.
All right, so Buchanan, who will bowl his second over. His first over only cost a single. And it's John Campbell who will take strike. He's 2 from 6, is Campbell. Down the track and no contact. A little slight appeal, but it was nowhere near the bat.
Yeah, he's looking to go straight again, looking to go over mid-off inside the circle. He's going to target that area, John Campbell. He has to be full and probably straight. I think that's where the protection on the leg side.
Oh, he's bowled him. He was trying to heave across the line out towards mid-wicket. John Campbell suggesting that it may have kept a little bit low, but field inside wouldn't matter that. He just swung all around it. And the Stars have lost their captain. It's 19 for 1.
This is a huge wicket in the context of the game, this competition. John Campbell, full delivery straight. Just mentioned that he had to be full, he had to be straight. I think job well done there to Buchanan, executing properly. I think John Campbell, I think he would have pretty much advised to hit that straight. That's where he's been hitting straight. You look at it again, while whack, you'd have to say across the line. That's a huge wicket, big wicket. It now means that Alwyn Williams, he has to stay there close to the end of these 10 overs.
Yeah, so 19 for 1. And that was as much a build-up of pressure as anything, Chris.
Yeah, and the power play again. The power play has done the job for our next wicket so many times. The power play, batsmen thinking they have to go, they have to maximize in the power play, and it results in a wicket.
So, new batsman is Swell. Right-hander for a change. right, so they're taking the time over the field placing as Sewell does some gardening. 19 for 1 from 3.2. The run rate now under 6, which is where you don't want to be. And there's Sewell, 8 matches, 5 innings, high score of 16 not out. So is in need of some runs.
The stage is set for him. A big opportunity for him to really make a statement, make a contribution with the bat.
And he's playing and missing. That was a genuinely good delivery. That was pitching and shaping away from the right-hander.
Yeah, very good delivery from Buchanan. Has been a good over for him. Hasn't conceded a run. You look at this delivery, just on that good length, outside off stump, moving away. Nicely bowled. Good start, good delivery to start. First up to the new batsman.
Excellent ball. That's worked away out towards mid-wicket. A little bit too straight. And they'll be coming back for an easy 2. So, nicely worked that by Sewell. Wasn't trying to overhit it. The kind of shot that you'd see on the first morning of a test match, just working.
Yeah, I
through
think
mid-wicket.
it's going to be that kind of day that they're going to have to run hard, hit the gaps, soft hands, look for 2. It's going to be like a workman kind of day for these batsmen.
He's on the back foot and punches square, partially stopped at point. And again, they're coming back for second. So Sewell should have some confidence, scoring on both sides of the wicket, working through mid-wicket, and then hitting a short ball square to point. So he's looked fairly positive after that first delivery, and it's 21 now for 2. 21,
yeah, 21
for
for
1.
1. It's always nice when you're early in that innings. You start to mid-lead from very early. Confidence levels increase. I think Sewell growing in confidence each delivery.
Oh, good delivery that, but also very well played. Some bounce on that, and Sewell steering it down towards short third man, moves on to 5. And that's the end of over number 4. 24 for 1.
Yeah, power play over there. I think the Titans would be the pleased of the 2 teams at this stage in this contest. They've kept things really quiet. I think we have seen, I think, probably we see 3 sixes so far, I think, in the innings, but things has been really quiet.
Yeah.
Important for Sewell and Williams to get a partnership here. Williams has played some really good innings so far, along with John Campbell. A lot has been dependent on those 2. So Sewell has come in, has looked good, and just needs to continue in that vein.
All right, so the right-handed Sewell will be facing up against Dixon.
Yeah, Middlesex Stars, they has a lot to play for. They're third. They're looking to go into that second position.
This again is work. They could be coming back for a second here. They won't. So Sewell, after that first delivery, has been quite busy.
Yeah, it's going to be. I think it's important. He's looking to score off every delivery. He's not looking to soak up any deliveries. And I think more importantly, just turning over the strike, trying to build some momentum into this partnership. I was saying the Stars, they're on 12 points. They're 3 points behind second place, who is the Royals. And I think number 1 and 2 will play in the finals. So there is a lot to play here for the Stars.
Williams just pulls that around. The man coming off the back of the square fence did very well, restricting them to a single. And takes the total now to 26 for 1.
First time seeing Dixon in the tournament. Seems to have some strong shoulders. Putting those shoulders into work, hitting the pitch hard there, short delivery.
So brings Sewell back on strike. Down the leg side. Always going to be signaled wide.
I would think he got away with that one. It was fine leg was in the circle. It was short. It was on the line of the leg stump, and Sewell would have to should be disappointed that he didn't get some bat onto that one. He just had Santoki to beat. He would have gotten boundary for sure.
So Sewell again, and again, this was down the leg side, and they'll be coming back for two. Santoki is feeling at that 45 position just on the leg side. It's a leg by signal, and as you said, maybe Sewell feels he's missing out on.
Yeah, that's 2 from 2. It's poor bowling in a sense. I think Sewell. We just need to come inside the line of those deliveries a bit more.
He's bowled him. Bowled him as he was trying to hit across the line out towards mid-wicket. And to another straight delivery. Not dissimilar to how John Campbell went. And at 2 wickets, 2 people bowled and almost swinging off his feet and end up bowled.
Very nice change up off length here from Dixon. I said it didn't see him so far in the tournament first time, but we saw him there. First 3 deliveries, back of a length, back of a length, back of a length. Now he comes full and straight. And I think the change of length there is surprising Sewell. Sewell looking to go big downtown, over hit that one over wide long on. Not successful. It's a good delivery. I think despite a few wides, a few leg byes, I think the Titans has been very disciplined. They've been calm. They're stuck to their task so far. And they've really stifled the progress of the Stars in this innings.
So the Stars stuttering along at 29 for 2 from 4.4. Walters is the new batsman. The Indians hasn't gotten any momentum at all outside of that over from Jamie Merchant that went for 20. So outside of that over, the other 4 overs have gone for about 9.
Yeah, and it's the pace, the medium, the pacer bowlers doing the trick.
Oh, that bounced. This could be a run out. No, he didn't pick that one up. And the pitch showing some, I'd say, disconcerting bounce at both ends actually. And maybe a target of maybe 90, 85 could prove to be interesting. It's bouncing a little bit, and the one that got John Campbell out, he suggested that it might have stayed down. I didn't think that is why it was out, mind you.
Well, yeah, because I think that he should have been forward, should have been looking to hit straight. But we've seen it's not the first delivery we've seen that balloon bounce, really tennis ball bounce, just off a good length also. We've seen it both ends.
Yeah, that's hit out towards wideish long off. This could be interesting, and I think that was well fielded, the umpires. I don't know. This could be a run out. Oh my goodness. Dixon completely made a muff of that. And had he collected that, that could have been interesting. And there's the shot. Let's see if the fieldsman, we're not, is that a 4? I'd love to see maybe a still shot just at the point where ball made contact. Look at that. He picked.
If he had picked it the first time, he would have been a goner.
He would have had the striker's wicket. All right, let's see. Here is it again. Cameramen trying to get the shot at the moment that the ball was stopped. But we'll continue to look at that. Let's see. We'll have a look again, I'm sure. 5 overs gone though, and it's 33 for 2.
Yeah, I think if Dixon had collected on the first attempt, Walters would have been gone for sure. He was struggling. The throw from Merchant went to the non-strikers end. I'm going to see Morgan, another off-spinner into the attack. I think this is an over though, that the Stars has to look to target. Halfway stage, 8 wickets in the hutch. They're going to have to look to target somebody.
Maybe Morgan it is. This is hit in the air. This is going to be an easy catch to the man at cover. Santoki says, thank you very much. And Williams goes for 19. It's now 33 for 3. And the constant fall of wickets continue.
Well, we thought that this was the over. That there was really no position at all to play that shot. Is Alwyn Williams? He looking to hoik that one over mid wicket, and I think a poor shot in my view. Really, that shot was not on, and the bounce again, getting the better of him. So I think we've seen that this strip is had some bounce in it, not just for the pace bowlers, but for the spinners also. I think Alwyn Williams also was under some pressure to score, and think he thought that this was the over that he had to target. I think that's what can happen. Power failure for Alwyn Williams. A really shot selection from Williams and Campbell. All three batsmen looking to hit across the line of delivery that they have gotten out of so far.
And interestingly, you say that because the 2 sixes that we've seen were dead straight in the side screen, and you'd think that that would.
And there and then we were complimenting them of hitting straight. I think we've been more advised to continue on that path. Is Campbell, Swell, and Williams.
So Anderson gets his first ball, and he hits in the air. Oh.
So Walters
can't get a hand to it. They're back for the second. And the score limps on to 35 for 3.
It doesn't look like the easiest of pitches to bat on.
No.
I have to give the batting team some leadway here. I have to sympathize with them somewhat. Run scoring looks a little bit difficult.
This one is played back at the bowler. And no run. It's Walters on strike, 3 from 3. He gets a short ball and punches it square on the offside. And well handled by the man at deep point. The batsman back for 2.
Yeah, nice shot that from Anthony Walters. I've seen him in the National SDC cricket competition, and I can tell you that he definitely is a player that can handle himself very well. He's Walters, can do some damage.
All right, so this one is hit out into the boundary. That's 4 good-looking runs. Much needed runs as well for the Stars team. They need a lot more of this, Chris Gale.
Yeah, I'm glad that he hit that for 4 because I was just commending him. I'm glad that he didn't let me down. That was a nice shot. Played it late, and importantly, this time he beat that man on that deep extra cover region. He's now gone really to a deep point.
This time he's on the back foot and hitting it again past that man at point, who should have done much better with that. So 2 fours in a row, but that was, you'd have to say, very ordinary fielding. And the Stars score now goes up to 45 for 3.
Yeah, very ordinary, especially on a pitch like this. It looks to be a bit difficult. You don't want to be gifting runs away. You want to make life as hard as possible for the batting team. And I think those fielding errors can cost you. You want to save every runs that is possible. Not good feeling. But hey, Walters on the counter attack here, ensuring that he continues to play positive. And I think it's only positive intent that will dig the Stars out of this hole, will put them into a score of some sort of respectability.
All right, so it's 45 for 3 from 6. And here's Morgan. Hit on the pad as Anderson was trying to whip it through mid-wicket. Again, that may have just stayed down a touch. So the wicket is clearly too paced and playing with varying bounds. I think he was well within his right to think that that should have bounced a little bit more than that. So it's not probably the easiest of wickets. Maybe 80 could be interesting here, Chris Gale.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think no, You see, always probably thinking at the start that you need to get to 110. I think now, as you said, looking at it, 81, 80, anywhere on 80 to 90 could be a match-winning score.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. That was played without vengeance. It's caressed past the backward point region. And maybe that is a cue for both teams, that probably this is not the pitch where you can bludgeon the ball. That was just proper cricketing shot.
Yeah, nicely timed from Anderson. Placement was immaculate. He started the tournament, he was dropped out of the side. He has a point to prove, is Anderson. It was nice to watch.
All right, so here is Anderson again. And this one inadvertently going out towards the backward square region. They're coming back for the second. This could be tight. Oh, horrible throw. They're back for the second.
Horrible throw there.
Had that throw been anywhere on target, could be interesting, Chris.
Yeah, I think Anderson was struggling. Anderson. And more important that his intent to get and put the fielders under pressure is good.
Here's he. Oh, that's it on the pad. He may have missed out there. I think initially he was thinking, love to see that again, maybe thinking of scooping it and then realized that the ball was a little bit too full. I get the feeling that he had premeditated a different shot.
Yeah.
51
looking to
for 3.
hike that one over mid-wicket. Anderson not making contact on it.
So here is, I think this should be Walters on strike. That's down the leg side. This could be all the way to the boundary. That's 4. And let's see the signal. It's leg byes. They all count. And it's 56 now, 4-3.
Yeah, Dixon has been flirting with danger. A few deliveries been sent down. You look at it, oh, that's easy pickings for the batsman. He could have even come inside the line and niggle it fine, but in the end, just getting off the pad, he will take that. The Stars will take that. These are vital runs, as we have seen how the pitch has been playing. Every run counts in this contest.
Oh, that's driven nicely out towards mid-wicket. Can't get the second. But it looks like the kind of pitch, and that shot was an example of it, where maybe a little bit more orthodox cricketing shot might just get more rewards than trying to bludgeon the ball, because it's not the kind of pitch that you can time it easily on, because the pitch is too paced, and certainly playing with varying bounce as well.
I think to back up your point, would have seen how Sadiki Henry and I think Delbert Gale batted yesterday. I think that sets the template for how probably some of these batsmen need to approach their innings, back their abilities, back their defense, back their technique. Because I think we've said it so much time that proper cricketing shots, I think, has a place in any cricket. It doesn't matter if it is 1-1 over cricket, 5-5 over. There's always a place for proper cricketing shots. Jamie Merchant coming back for his second over. I think important that he really back up the efforts of his teammates. His first over went for 15. It was very expensive.
All right, Merchant again. And that's worked around.
It has to be 2 here.
The wicket there. Yeah, have to come back for 2. And again, that was pretty orthodox shot again.
Yeah, aggressive running. You have to say smart cricket. Realizing the fielder has a long way to run off that boundary. Anthony Walters played it gentle with soft hands. Still nobody in that gap. I think he'll be pretty much advised to do the same thing again. Something that I've seen Virat Kohli do so well in international cricket.
Yeah, Merchant from round the wicket. And that's a hit and miss. No other way to describe that. Short ball. Must be quite disappointed that he didn't get back to ball there.
Yeah, we've seen him playing a couple of cut shots so far. Merchant sliding those one across the right-handed batsman.
And this is worked out towards long on. They want to, but they won't be able to get that. Total 59 now for 3.
I think what I've seen by the pitch so far, 59 for 3, 7.2 overs. I think it's a pretty respectable total. It's a workable total at the moment. If they can get up to that 85 mark, I think they will think they have a shot.
And again, almost within a whisker of being the third man bowled in this innings.
Yeah, nicely bowled there from Merchant. Flight taking a lot of pace up. Slow through the air. Batsman looking to hike that one over wide long on, not making contact.
Merchant again, and this is hit high and hard and handsome. That will go well over the stands. That's a huge 6 from Anderson.
Well, mirroring the previous delivery, the only difference this time was that there was wood meeting leather. It made a really good sound. And I think that shot, the slug sweep, always on with the off-spinner bowling to the right-handed batsman. Always looking to open up that mid-wicket gap. And that's a timely blow there from Sashane Anderson. Merchant has been expensive in this spell today.
Yes.
His first over went for 15. I think he should read 21 runs from his 1.4 overs. Merchant.
And that was certainly the kind of meaty blow. So
24.
6 to 6 for 3 is not a bad position based on where they started. They want to continue with this. And he's off the back foot. Punch straight to the man at mid-off. This could be tight. And that needed a direct hit, Chris. Had that happened, would be interesting.
It's important they throw to Anderson. Doesn't look to be the quickest. We've seen him struggle on a few of these sharp singles so far. Important that they tried probably to target his end when they're throwing. But I think no, 8 overs completed, 67 for 3. Good position to be in. They need to get to that 85-90 mark. They can. They have 7 wickets in hand, which is very much key. And they have 2 batsmen that is pretty much set in the context of this game. And this Krishmar Santoki over will be a huge over.
Should they target him, or should they just look to get maybe 7 or 8 from this?
They have to. 7 wickets in hand. They have to.
They have to. Oh, that's played out towards mid-off. Full delivery from Santoki. The kind of delivery that's always very difficult to get away.
Something that we've used to from Krishmar Santoki over the years. At the stump, full, straight, slow deliveries. That would be reminiscent of a Chamenda Vaz, Santoki. Round arm action.
Batsman hitting and missing, going through to keeper Coleman. Again, another full delivery that from Santoki.
I think where we said attack Santoki, but I think probably the mood of attack probably is not necessarily to hit the ball off the ladder, but probably to hit the ball into the gaps, run 2, and you can score 8 to 10 runs from this over. You can take that.
Yeah. Another full delivery right up in the black hole. Excellent bowling here from Santoki, and I keep saying he should still be good enough to play in the CPL here in the region. He's usually quite accurate.
Yeah. 37-year-old, still has probably another 2 year in him. I think he just needs to send down 4 of these overs.
There you go. Here's he again. Slower ball. And tugged around to mid-wicket. Once the misfield, they would always be coming back for 2. So 69 now for 3. Anderson is 14 from 8. And there you see Walters 18 from 13. So decent over this by Santoki.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Santoki, he's been brilliant really in his spell so far. 1.4 overs, just the 7 runs. I think that shows how good the veteran has been. Has played so much cricket around the world, especially white ball cricket for West Indies, for franchise cricket.
Oh, that's it on the pad. He wants this to be a run out if he hits. The umpire had no choice. They had no choice really but to go for the run. And Santoki's aim was deadly. Hitting the stumps out of the ground. Another wicket goes.
Yeah, Anderson really gave up there. As I said, he's really not been the quickest. And he was struggling there, really gave it up really. But again, I think this Santoki over has been absolutely brilliant. Full straight. You can see those cutters also that he's bowling, making life very difficult for the batsman. I think this pitch will aid this kind of bowling. Two pace, ball bouncing, looping, up and down. Santoki, really a prize commodity.
If you look at that, that was excellent feeling as well. He's 37, but he keeps himself in pretty decent
So he
condition.
goes back to the big CPL argument that we've been having.
Here is he again, bowling to Anderson. And that one is hit nice and straight down through the long on boundary of a 4. So Anderson muscling that one down to long on. Not a bad over still. And for once didn't hit that Yorker length. And Walters making him pay. Last over to go, 71 for 4. We were saying maybe about 85, Chris.
Yeah,
71 for 4, that maybe should be the tag.
Yeah, they need to get 14, 15 from this last over. It's going to be interesting to see how they go. As I was talking about Krishmar Santoki. He's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th on the all-time wicket takers in the CPL. Really shows his value that he brings to a team. Is Santoki. Morgan has a job to do, big responsibility on his shoulders, and so is Wilson and Walters, as they'll be looking to maximize this final over.
Final over. Oh, he fell. This could be tight. This could be run out. Again, not the best of throws. Walters was struggling.
Yeah.
To
Wilson.
get back.
Wilson.
Wilson was struggling to get back.
Look at that delivery again.
And Wilson fell.
Yeah, his slip really didn't help him.
Yeah, that slip cost him 2 or 3 feet. That could have proven vital, but the throw wasn't great.
I think Morgan a bit tall. I see him getting some bounce. I think that was one of the things that happened when he got Williams out. Got getting the extra bounce. Proving difficult to get away so far.
Wilson down the track and bangs it back past the bowler. That's 4. Nobody's going to stop that. And he really just hit that with some power. And all the way down to the boundary, just behind the bowler's arm, into the side screen for 4.
Yeah, powerful shot that from Wilson, Walters. Banging it hard, hitting straight.
Almost killed Wilson. With the ball coming
the
back
umpire.
at him.
The umpire was in danger there also.
There you go. And he's hitting back. This down to long off. Should only be a single. And will they be taking on? This should be a run out, clearly. Yeah. It was always going to be a run out. Walters wanted to get back on strike.
Yeah, I think smart work there from the fielder to go to the keeper's end. Brilliant throw. Tristan Coleman didn't have a lot to do more than just break those bills. He's not happy with the decision. Is Walters.
Why isn't he happy? Oh well, it was fairly close. Here's the shot again. It was down towards long off, and Walters wanted to get back on strike. It's impossible to tell.
Walters is still out there. I don't know what happened. I'm wondering if Coleman would have probably broken the stumps there before he gathered the ball.
Not sure what's happening there. That's hit out towards backward square. That will go into the boundary. That's 4.
We'd love to see the replay on that one again. And we're hoping that we can get the replay.
So Walters remains after being initially given out. Not sure what happened, but he made good use of that by hitting that one right there through backward square for 4. And now they're on 86, which on this pitch may just prove to be a competitive enough total, but still 2 deliveries to come.
He'll be looking to target that boundary again, I think, with the length that he's bowling.
In the air, should be, no, beats the man at short, third man and down to the boundary for 4. Profitable last over here for the Stars.
Yeah, the momentum just swinging with the Stars at the moment. Good hand here from Walters. He's actually 36 from 18. This is a really good innings. It could prove to be a match-winning one.
Walters with the final delivery, and this should only be a single. Well, and that's it. 10 overs completed. The Stars getting 90, which under normal conditions you would say that they would feel that they're 10, 15 runs short, but on this pitch, it could prove to be, if not winnable, at least should be competitive if the bowling side, if the Stars bowl straight, the wicket has enough to offer to the bowlers and should make this difficult for the Titans.
Well, I think the Stars from 15 balls, Damani Sewell 6 from 7 deliveries, but Anthony Walters, correction, the standout for me, 36 from 19, brilliant innings. And in that innings, he just hit the 1-4 and the 1-6. So he had to run really hard for his runs, is Anthony Walters. So Shane Anderson run out 16 from 10 deliveries, and Swain Wilson at the end, not out on 1. The bowling figures, Krishmar Santoki was brilliant, 2 overs for 11 runs, no wicket. Brian Buchanan also was absolutely good. 2 overs, just the 6 runs, 1 wicket. And Jamie Merchant, very expensive today, Merchant, 2 overs for 25 runs. And Dixon, first time seen him in the tournament, 2 overs for 14. He bowled well, in my opinion. The pitch also suited what he had to offer, 1 over for 14 runs. And Jermaine Morgan, also a bit on the expensive side, 2 overs for 27 runs. So here, it means that the Middlesex Titans, they need 92 for victory here against the Stars, who are sitting on 3rd place. They really need these points, the Stars. Well, hey, we'll just ask you to join us back in about 5 minutes, as it is set for a very intriguing run chase from the Titans here at Savannah Park. So we're back, and we're back for this run chase of the Stars. They need 92 for victory. And Andel Gordon, who has been exceptionally well, will start proceedings for the Stars. The youngster has bowled with venom, pace, skills, confidence. He has Jermaine Morgan and Wayne Davis to contend with. 92 for victory, Orville. This will be an interesting one.
Yeah, I just get the feeling that if the bowling is straight, then this could be interesting. That's one. Well, you don't want to bowl there. It's down the leg side, not the greatest way to start.
Yeah, not at all. Gordon was told was an invitee to the West Indies on the 19 camp, and I think I've been pretty much impressed with what I've seen from him so far. I think the conditions will also suit him.
Yeah, left arm from over. That's it on the pad and dribbles out towards backward square. I thought about the second, but it was never going to happen.
A good start, better start. It's a better line. He started with a wide, not where he wanted to be. Is Gordon. Wayne Davis, now he has to contend with. Davis has been good at the top of the order, just not been able to really bat through that power play. Bats well in the power play. I think when the field is spread, finds run scoring a bit hard, so he has to bat beyond that power play. Is Davis. Gordon will be looking to carry the ball back into him.
Drives out towards mid-on. Again, the aim there was to look pretty orthodox. He wasn't really trying to slug that. I think more orthodox cricketing shots. It's a T10 competition, so you will have to take risks. But I think for most part, it's not the kind of wicket that you can just throw the bat at the ball. So the Titans, I think, will, have their work cut out. That one is played back towards the bowler. This could be tight. My goodness, if that had hit, that could be serious.
Yeah, very good feeling of his own bowling there from Gordon. I probably think for a moment that he was going to go to the non-strikers end, because Morgan was also struggling. That was a sharp single. The kind of risk that they have to take, though, to look to get those singles. I think, on the other hand, while the Stars didn't really probably know what would be a good score, the Titans, they know exactly what they need to get, and that is 92 runs. They have the luxury that they can pace themselves to get these runs.
All right, so Davis drives nicely. And this a misfield. This could be tight. And again, another half chance for the run out. The fielding side has got to be a little bit better at this in their outfielding. It's not a big total. And again, you'd have to say maybe a half light for the batsman.
Yeah, I think they have to switch on here, the Stars. It looked a bit flat. Have to switch on, have to take those half chances. Margin for error, very small.
Left-handed Gordon, didn't deliver. Wasn't happy with something about the run-up.
Yeah, he's played all the games, he's Gordon. He's done well. He's put in a lot of work for the Stars.
Again, just misses his run. Not sure what is wrong. And he'll remark his run. He's doing it right now. Not sure he feels he's got his rhythm right at the moment.
Yeah. And I think as a bowler, you can really feel it. When you're running in, you can feel it that there's something is off. I think he's doing the right thing.
Oh, he slugged at that. And that one went over the stump and down to the keeper.
It's kind of fashion that Morgan will look to play in, will look to stand tall and look to whack the ball away. It's not gonna, I can tell you, look to play around and play those orthodox strokes. He's definitely not gonna do that. And Dale Gordon third in the wicket takers for the tournament.
That's just dribbled out back at the bowler as the batsman Morgan was attempting to just loft it over the infield. End of a decent start, end of a decent over. The Titans 5 without loss, and I think we called it correctly, Chris, that this 90, what is it, 96?
92.
92.
It's going to take some work.
It is going to take some work, and the first over costing just 5, which probably indicates that it's not a straightforward chase at all.
No, it's not going to be. It's important to see how they play it, which bowlers they look to target, how they use their resources also. And resources I'm speaking of is from a batting resource perspective. You have 2 power players who have won a couple of games for them. Sheridan Allen and Jamie Merchant has played a few cameos in the tournament so far. OJ Shields now is going to operate. OJ Shields has bowled with pace. Of course, has this booming out swinger. Just naturally swings the ball away from the right-handed batsman.
Oh, that was a good delivery. Seemingly just shaping away a little bit. Met with the sternest of defensive blocks by Davis. It's going to be that decent run chase if they do get there.
Yeah. OJ Shields would have represented the combined colleges and campuses in first-class cricket. From GC Foster's Shields. This is going to be a good contest. Booming out swingers, and also Davis likes to go for that booming drive also.
Again, proper delivery, that bang on target with, if anything, a little shape away from the right-hander. And Davis realized that that's too good to try anything more extravagant than that. Had to defend into the offside.
I see the quiet start. I think they know that this is going to be a workman-like performance. We're going to have to run hard. We're going to drop the ball, run the singles, look to put the fielders under pressure. It's that kind of day here at Sabina Park. It's not going to be bang, bang, bang. 6s and 4s.
Oh, down the leg side after those 2 excellent deliveries. And then you have that umpire signaling wide. And sometimes, you know, Chris, the difference between world-class performers and let's say those of lesser ilk is exactly that. The world-class performer would get that ball within that area again, certainly more often than not. It's not so much what he does per ball, it's just the areas that he hit more consistently.
Yep.
And that shows you there. Just not able to maintain that line and length, and thereby letting up in pressure.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. You want to look to hit those areas consistent. We get back to some of the...
Look at that, genuine shape again.
You look at some of the world-class bowlers who you see does it time after time. Pat Cummins, Josh Hazelwood, Stuart Broad comes to mind. Those bowlers, they'll be hitting that good area more times than not. And then it goes back, it's the same thing for the batsman, that world-class batsmen capitalize when you do not hit those good areas.
Here's he again. And again, proper delivery, proper away movement. And Morgan having a heave at it. He really was nowhere close to it. That ball must have missed back by, I would make it maybe 8 inches. So pronounced was the away movement. Now they're having a little chat. Yeah. I don't know how you hit that.
I've not been pleased with the way how Morgan has approached his batting. I think just you're opening the order, you come in, you're just standing 2 feet together, throwing the bat at the ball. I think really and truly he has to look to do something different, in my opinion.
And let's see if he can put another one in that good area again. He does. That one probably didn't quite leave the bat. If anything, it just held its line. And they can't seem to lay bat on ball at the moment. Shields is doing everything except taking a wicket.
Yeah, you see, now showing the ability that he has the ability to move the ball back into the right-handed batsman. We see the first couple of deliveries. The outswingers, that one straightening, probably coming back a little bit. Good stuff here from Shields. Just the 2 runs from the over so far. Needs to finish well.
Shields again. Oh, that was punched off the back foot. And now they get a single. It's a really decent over that from Shields. Total after 2. 8 without loss. And Titans are, you'd have to say, if not struggling, but they're certainly not after the kind of start that they would have liked.
Yeah, I think it's reminiscing the kind of start that the Stars would have also got. They got a pretty quiet start. And I think probably the Titans are of the view that we're going to have to keep wickets in hand for a launching pad at the back end of the innings. And then look to put some pressure on the Stars. But I think they have already soaked up a few dot deliveries, which is just not good enough.
It's going to be a difficult chase. We said it. It's not the easiest of pitches to bat on. And one suspects that maybe as the tournament goes deeper, Chris, you might see more of these kind of sluggish wickets.
Yeah.
Where teams should be aiming for 80 and 90 as opposed to 110, 115.
Yeah, I think that is where it will go. I think the pitch has dried out a bit. We're using a different strip. I think each day they use a different strip. I'm not pretty sure if this is the strip that probably makes life probably a little bit more difficult for the batsman. I think 8 without loss. Equation now 84 to get from 48. I think within these quiet overs, they're going to have to get that big over somewhere.
Oh, this could be tight now. The keeper can't get there.
A good start from Alwyn Williams, looking to hit ball into the pitch. I think it's the kind of pitch that if as a bowler you look to bowl into the pitch, hit into the pitch, with the pitch being 2 pace and variable bounce, will definitely reap some good rewards.
Again, nice defensive shot. You'd see that on the opening morning of a test match, but that's not really helping his team at the moment. Is Davis. He's 3 from 5. And look at that, proper back defensive shot. But your team is 9 without loss in over number 3, and the run rate heading towards 11.
I think something is going to give here now.
And again, trying to hit over the top. Again, the ball just shifting a little bit off center. And Titans finding run scoring a struggle at the moment.
I think what stood out to me is the carry that comes to the keeper. It carries with this loop. So just again, the pitch, it's not really coming on to the batsman there looking to hit through the line of the ball. It's not that kind of pitch. Today, I have to make that adjustment pretty soon, is Davis.
Shields to Davis. Pulls that. That's a good shot. That goes all the way into the boundary for 6. Oh, where did that one come from? That was probably the first legitimate short ball. And almost as if Davis was expecting it. It's not easy to score when the ball is on a length because the pace can be a little bit tricky. But that one was short, and he really leant into that and hit it over backward square. Wideish long leg for 6.
Yeah, good shot that from Davis. Kept his eye on it all the way, swiveled, and really just helped that one over vacant. The fine leg is in the circle. Shot was definitely on for Davis. It's going to be important to see what kind of length now Alwyn Williams will revert to.
All right, so that's hit in the air down towards third man. That goes one bounce into the boundary for 4. Not where he intended by any means, wanting to slap that through the offside, but another short ball that cannons off the edge and down to third man for 4.
Well, they say fortune favors the brave, and he's been brave, he's been bold, down the track, taking the attack, tush Alwyn Williams, and he's gotten 10 from the last 2 deliveries. Probably this is the over. again, it mirrors what happened in that innings. I think it was the third over that Merchant ball. It went for 15 runs. Here we have the third over of this innings. It's already gone for 11 runs.
And that's ballooned into the onside for, I don't think there was a leg by signal, so that must have come off the bat a little bit. And 20 without loss, not a bad position to be in, especially bearing in mind that there's no wickets. So you expect that this could come down to be a tight finish.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight finish. Required run rate just over 10 runs per over. All wickets intact for the Titans. Of course, the Titans bottom of the table. The Stars looking for this victory to go to second place, to put some pressure on the Kings, and to really make a claim to get into that top two. Of course, top two, they will play the final. Fourth and third will play for the third place playoff. And then you have, I think, the fifth and sixth will play for the fifth place playoff. So a lot at stakes as it gets down to the wire here. The competition played over 17 days. No breaks.
Cricket every day. All right, so Daly it is. That's punched through to cover for a single. Takes the total now to 21 without loss.
And you see John Campbell there is hanging back on the circle, pretty much comfortable to give the batting team the singles. He knows the boundaries is what will hurt them.
In the air, up towards long off, and not carrying. Ball not carrying to the man at long off. 22 now.
Morgan has 3 from 9. I think that's pretty much really far off from where he wants to be.
That's punched off the back foot. That's a lovely shot for 4. Oh, that had class all over it. A back foot punch, square on the offside. Oh, that was classy, and that was a good boundary. Now 26 without loss.
Yeah, a real top shot from Davis. The challenge for him was to bat through those power play and now come into these middle overs and be productive. That has been his challenge for the tournament, because he's looked good pretty much all the games, but it's just to sustain his innings for a longer period of time, and he's showing real class here.
And this time he works it nicely. He will want a second. Will they come back for it? I think they will, and I think they should get it pretty comfortably in the end as well. So that is just highly intelligent batting. Deliberately took the pace off. The long on was all the way back, and there's lots of real estate between the batsman and the long on fielder. Always enough time for 2. That's some good batting here by Davis.
I think I'll look to plug that gap. Big gap on the leg side, big boundary, open space. Always a chance for 2. But I think it's intelligent batting though from Davis. He's 21 from 12. He's playing this really good strike rate. Very handy.
And this could be another 2. I think he was attempting to hit in the offside and then ended up dragging. This could be tight. Oh, what would have happened?
Direct hit.
Been a direct hit. Takes the total now to 28, well, to 30 now. He was trying to hit that through the offside and ended up dragging through mid-wicket.
Favors the offside is Davis. Likes to back away to leg and try to open up that offside. That is his favorite area, is Davis. It's important for the bowler to probably stay a bit more close to him, tight on that leg stump line.
Like that?
Yep.
He punches it nicely up towards long on and gets a single. So, over number 4.
I think this has been a decent over from the Titans. Pretty much what they need from it.
They will bowl a 7-ball over here. Chris?
The scores are signaling to the umpire that 6 deliveries has been bowled.
I think our scorers in the background suggesting to the umpires that we've had 6 deliveries. And so over number 4 has come to an end. It's 31 without loss. 10.17 still the required rate. It's still anybody's game at this stage, but the Titans will probably feel a little bit happier than the fielding team because at least they haven't yet lost a wicket. And from here they can launch. 61 needed from 36 balls.
Yeah, you have to back yourself to get 61 from 36 with 10 wickets in hand. Jamie Merchant to come, Sheridan Allen to come. Krishma Santoki himself has shown that he can do some work. Errol Thomas. So those players will be pretty much mindful that at some point they're going to have to make a big contribution into this run chase. I think Davis so far has passed it a few milestones. He's batted 4 overs. I think he would be telling himself once he can bat 6 overs, 7 overs, he know he will put the team in a pretty good position. And I think I've been very happy with how he has gone about his business. He hasn't been looked to just hit the boundaries alone. He's prepared to run hard between the wickets. And Michael Thompson plays for St. Mary Cricket Club. He's going to be taking up the attack now.
That's hit nicely. The batsman didn't even try to move. That was hit down the ground, dead straight. And 4 more runs to Davis.
Yeah, nice shot from Davis. Look back at the replay in a few. Was in the slot, was right up in the slot. And he said, thank you very much. Hitting that one straight, not going across the line. Hold his shape and hit with a straight bat.
This one is hit again out towards long on. Again with a fairly straight bat, but this time the fielder is in the way. And Thompson has now gone for 5 from his 2 first deliveries, and the total 36 without loss. The required rate now for the first time under 10. And you get the feeling that the Titans are maybe getting the measure of the pitch at the moment. Here's Thompson. Again, driven down the ground, and both batsmen are hitting down the V, Chris, which is maybe what's required.
Yeah, we've seen each time that the batsman so far has gone across the line, 3 players dismissed. They both are back in the pavilion, all 3 batsmen. That was earlier in the innings of the Stars.
That's hit down the ground again in the air, and the man at long off comes around and does the fielding. Despite the fact that they've been scoring, you have to give some credit to Thompson. He doesn't mind these singles. He's bowling straight. The batsmen are hitting straight. He doesn't want to be caught at 1 bounce down the boundary, but he doesn't mind singles. And there have been 3 of them. He's bowling, you'd have to say, to his field. He's not short. He's not down the leg side. He's up like that, and he's been hit down the ground. Well, that has peeled off and will go into the boundary at wide, 3rd man for 4. It's part of the cruelty of the game that you bowl a pretty good delivery and you're being punished when it was inadvertent, but such is the nature of the game.
You can't really fault him for that. As we look back at the replay, Morgan on the charge. Delivery just moving away, and just an opening blade there of Morgan, and luckily for him, he got the gap.
I think trying to hit straight again.
Yeah.
Required rate now down to 9.6. Here's Thompson. And that's dragged around to wide mid-wicket. This could be tight. I think the batsman may just have been home. And the end of over number 5 is 42, is 44 without loss.
I think they're timing this really good now, Orville. 48 to get from 30. Titans pretty much have a sniff of a grip on this contest. They have all 10 wickets in the bag, which is key. I think these 2, you have to give them credit. As you see, the 12 man has a job to do. He has to ensure that he hydrates them properly, because they're running hard, which they're required to do. Run these singles very hard, turn the 1s into 2s, and they've timed it to perfection so far.
Well, we did say that the 92 would be competitive. So far it's proving to be. It's not by any means a straightforward chase, and a wicket that, if you hit a length, run scoring is not as easy as it can be on some other wickets. It's going to be gonna be, let's see who this is. Tell you that in a while.
Yeah, man, it's Sewell.
Oh, it's Sewell, yes.
Man, it's Sewell also played first class cricket. Had some troubles with his action. And so many times we see these off spinners in world cricket having trouble with their action. John Campbell, one of them. We haven't seen him bowl in this competition. Had issues with his action before. So lights of Pete Salmon, who also had issues with his action. He's back and bowling. So is Sewell.
That's short and that's pulled around. They should be coming back for a second here. The ball has gone out into the wide areas of mid-wicket. And that's 2 more runs to Davis. He's quietly gone about his business quite nicely. He's 32 from 18. And the Titans will feel now that they have this run chase under control. Oh.
There's a big gap out on that leg side because of the strip that they're using, which is closer to the Kingston Cricket Club stand. It makes for a huger hit to that leg side. It makes for more space to that leg side. And I think that's why it's so easy to push the ball in that leg side, get the singles, run hard.
Oh, almost a carbon copy of the second delivery. And I think Davis now just going for more power rather than placement. And 2 dot balls from Sewell. It's a wide ball. Davis just moving his pads out of the way to ensure that it was down the leg side. I think it would have been worth it to maybe just try that swing. That's a free hit down the leg side.
Just has that man on the 45 to beat on the edge of the circle.
Yeah. He's hitting that lovely shot that will go into the stands. That's probably the shot of the day for me. It was hit with a dead straight bat, high left elbow, and it went straight into the north stand. Lovely shot. Look at this. He held the pose for a while because he know that was quite nicely played into the stands. 6 runs.
Top shot. He got another of approval, a touch of the gloves from the wicket keeper, who seemed to enjoy that one and will probably enjoy this one.
Oh, this one is slapped out towards wide Lagan, and despite the best effort of the man at Lagan, he was never going to stop that. And Davis has gone about his business. Nice to hear. He's now 42. And the Titans will feel shouldn't lose it from here.
Yeah, good innings here from the former Garvey Maceo standout, Wayne Davis. Has really timed this run chase to perfection. Batting really well, picking the gaps.
And then look at that. That's intelligent cricket. Just pushing it up towards mid-on. No need to take any more chances. You've already gotten, 13 from the over. And Davis deserves a half century based on the way he's played. He's up to 43 now from 23 balls. It's 58 without loss. And the Titans need 34 from 24. And it's not quite over yet. The fat lady isn't quite singing, but you'd have to think maybe she's clearing her throat at the moment.
Yeah, I think going back to Davis has been easily one of the more intelligent innings that I've seen in the tournament. Competition, you think T10 cricket, you automatically think that you're going to just go out there and hit and swing for the fence. I think what I've seen with Davis is that ability to understand that, hey, I've gotten 10 runs from the over, I'm where I'm supposed to be, I'm just going to knock it from, get a single, I'm going to bat deep, I'm not going to give it away. That's exactly what he's doing. So intelligent, so good to see from just an overall cricketing perspective.
It's not all slam bam, thank you ma'am, I agree with you. You have to apply a little grey matter to it as well. And I think in between those bludgeoning hits, both batsmen have worked it around nicely. That was a good delivery, and the punishment for that is an inside edge down to the boundary for 4. That was a good Yorker spearing it into leg stump. Davis brought down the bat inside edge, and they say fortune favors the brave, but sometimes you also make your own luck, and Davis, you'd think, earned the right to have that.
Yeah, so unfortunate. It was a good delivery. You couldn't ask him to do anything else. He got it right up in the black hole. French cut.
Indeed. Williams again. This is hit out towards long on, and catch taken. Yes, it is. So Williams, or Davis goes. Williams gets the first wicket. And I think the score should be 62. We're a little bit stuck on 58. Davis should be gone for 47. And take us through this, Chris.
Yeah, full delivery. This time he was looking to go wide of long on, not looking to hit us straight as he normally does. And probably the hands not really coming through to get that free swing that we have seen from him. And in the end, just probably getting a bit too close to it and not getting the elevation there to beat that man on the long on boundary. But hey, he gets a round of applause from his teammates, and rightly so. It has been a brilliant innings. I think he has set up this match. He has set it up perfectly for the Titans. And I think it's just for the guys coming at the back end now to do the finishing touch.
Yeah, he certainly played his part. If the Titans don't go on to win, it will not be the fault of Davis. That 47 from 25 balls, you couldn't ask for much more than that. And has left his team the rather regulation task now of scoring 30 from 22 with 9 wickets in hand. And that's worked out towards mid-wicket for a single. Coleman is the new batsman, by the way. Graphics has just slowed down a little bit. But that's 63 now for what?
Required rate under 9 runs per over, very much manageable. I think unless some over of magic comes from somewhere, some inspirational over from somewhere for the Stars.
So that's Coleman, the hard-hitting wicket keeper, down the leg side, wide signaled. And the bowler was interested, felt that it was quite close to the leg stump.
Trying to probably throw off the umpire there for not calling a wide.
Does that ever work? Look at that. It was quite wide down the leg side.
Yeah, it was far from the pad. I think if he got a hit onto that, he would have had to be the bat.
There you go. So it's 64 for 1 with that wide. Coleman on strike. Good delivery, but Coleman did well to work it out towards Langan for an easy single. And it's Morgan back on strike. He's 12 from 14. Coleman off the mark.
Coleman is giving Morgan the strike. Morgan now 12 from 14. Has to take up the mantle of the run scoring. Has to be the one to start taking the risk. 9 wickets in the shed for the Titans. 27 to get from 20. I think the Stars, they need an inspirational over from somewhere.
And the batsman heaving at that. Makes no contact. And dot ball in the scorer's book.
Need a couple more of that. I think you can tell you cricket is a funny game. I've seen so many cricket matches over the years turning on its head.
Williams. And that's it on the pad. This could be it now. Coleman running through. And leg by signaled. And end of over number 7.
Good finish there to the over from Alvin Williams. Still looking to hit that Yorker at the toes. I think it's unfortunate that one of those Yorkers went for a boundary in the over. Would have probably made for a different read.
Yeah. 26 from 18. That's the required. What's required from the Titans. It's going to be Morgan on strike.
A wicket maiden here or something like that, Orville.
Yeah.
And we're in for a tense finish, exciting finish.
Need a quality over if you are supporting the side in the field. And Morgan and Coleman may not want it to go too deep. They probably want to ensure that they get maybe 12 or 13 from this over, just to ensure that there's no last minute tensions.
I think Thompson would challenge Morgan to hit to that leg side.
dead ball signaled. Not sure why.
There's a loud shout from, I think, Sewell on the mid-wicket boundary, suggesting to the captain there was only 3 fielders in the circle. That would have been a no ball.
Oh, that was it. You have eagle ears and eyes here, Mr. Chris Gale. I heard him shout, but I didn't understand what he was shouting about, but the bowler did the right thing and just checked his run.
Has to be force him to hit into that mid-wicket region. It's a big boundary out there, huge hit.
Yorker length goes out into the leg side. The man at mid-wicket hears in, restricted them to a single.
I'm just thinking though of it, I think that I'm happy with that. I'm happy with him bowling into the pads, forcing him to hit into that gap, but still would have probably that extra feeler in that mid-wicket region, short mid-wicket region, to stop a single and to stop them from running probably 2.
Morgan seems to have done himself some damage there. Maybe hit the ball into the toe. Is that what happened?
Seems to be fine.
Can happen when you go for that on drive where you hit the ball into the boot, but he seems to be none the worse for wear. Hobbling a little bit, but he's not prepared to come off. Coleman on strike now.
No threat of rain so far. Weather has been absolutely brilliant at Sabina Park.
And Coleman hits that hard and lovely shot out towards the wide long off for 4. It's not a overly bad ball. If you want to be really critical, you could say maybe a touch too short. But that was slapped past the man at cover and down to the boundary at wide long off for 4. Good shot.
Yeah, Coleman packs a real punch. Has been renowned as one of the hardest strikers of the ball in local cricket.
Yeah. Down the pitch he comes and makes no contact. He was livid with himself. Ball going through to the keeper. What do you think of that approach? And Coleman just charging at Thompson.
I think with the lack of pace, he's trying to make the pace, trying to down the track, and really throw off Thompson off his line and length that he has been bowling. You can see him now making that adjustment to stand pretty close to that off stump, just outside off stump.
Oh, that's worked around into the mid-wicket region. They take 1. They want the second. Now this should be tight. And the umpire says, nah. Not a bad throw. But Coleman, though he looks a little portly, is fairly quick between the stumps. And he got there in the end.
Yeah, Coleman has put on a few pounds. He's from the last time I saw him. But still able to scamper home on a desperate dive. Shows that he's really and truly up for this run chase. He's really want to bring his team across the line.
Yeah, he was always coming back for the second. That's good running. There was a lot of intent. He's signaling maybe for a change of glove after that dive. So, as you said, carrying a few extra pounds, but still looks to be pretty fit.
Yeah.
And those 2 runs helped his team. They are now 71 for 1 after 7.3.
Still believe that the Stars should put that extra feeler into that offside, into that leg side correction.
Yeah, if you're going to bowl full and straight, and the line is towards middle and leg, then maybe you could put that extra man in the onside. But as we have seen from Coleman, he also does have the ability to hit the straight balls through the offsides as well. So it's a case of the captain being caught between a rock and a hard place.
Captain himself at extra cover, John Campbell. That's where Coleman, who likes to go at times, had just slapped one really off a good length from Thompson through that region. Probably think that Thompson now probably is going to look to go pace off.
Let's see what Thompson will do. This is hit back. You'd hope that Thompson doesn't do any damage to his hand, because that was hit with some pace. He seems to be okay.
Coleman hitting the ball hard. Coleman struggled at the top of the innings for the Titans. No batting in the middle, number 3, number 4 in that era he has batted in the last couple of games.
And another play and a miss. And it makes the equation 18 from the last 2 overs. You expect this to go down to the last over.
I tell you something, after that ball, the required rate jumped to 9 and just shows you the value that you can place on dot deliveries.
Yeah. Every dot ball is like gold dust in these games, especially when they are low scoring games like this. You wouldn't say 92 is low scoring. It's pretty much on par.
Yeah,
but teams usually aim to get a little over 100. It has proved quite a competitive game so far.
Yeah, I think 92 just below par. I think probably aided in the fact that the pitch has been a bit difficult. But we hear it's going to be the power play over. And we've seen the power play over to be really and truly going in the bowling team favor in a couple of occasions. And I think a good over here from Shields.
Yeah, I think the Titans could have taken this power play a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
It is being taken now because it's compulsory that it has to be taken by over number 9. But I think that they could have taken it an over or 2 earlier with these two fairly well set. One is on 13 from 18 deliveries, and Coleman.
I would have taken it when I think Davis should have took that power play earlier. He was batting so well.
There you go.
And probably would have that wicket that he got out of.
Probably wouldn't get it.
Yeah,
because the man out caught at long on. So maybe the Titans did miss a trick when Davis was going so well. Anyway, here's the penultimate over. Coleman on strike. And he hits that. Well, hits might be a euphemistic word. He hammered that over long on and into the stands at the north stand end. And that's a meaty blow that has gone for 6. And that brings it down now to a manageable 80 for 1 from 8.1. Big shot.
Yeah, powerful shot. Tristan Coleman played for the West Indies under 19 before, has been coming up the ranks for all levels of youth cricket, and this is what he's renowned for.
Yeah.
Packs a real punch. And OJ Shields now, not the start to the over that he would have really liked. You get the feeling Coleman is going to target this over, look to get as much as he can from this over.
And interestingly, some more fieldsmen brought in to save the single, which is good captaincy, I think. And that's hit out towards long on. There are 5 fielders in the circle on the offside. And they are saying, well, if you're going to beat us, you can't get any easy singles on the offside. And can't say I mind this. Just about 7 and 6.59 and over now. 11 now needed from 10.
Look at the Middlesex Titans and you wonder why they have been at the bottom of the table, because I think they still possess some good personnel in their team. And but again, it just goes to show split second in T10 cricket to make decisions, and if you don't get decisions right, both on and off the field, that you will pay for it.
This is a hit and missed. And the wicket keeper couldn't throw the wickets down. Some applause in the stands. By signaled. And that one went over the stumps. The keeper couldn't throw the wicket down.
So good was Wayne Davis' innings that a struggling Javane Morgan, still 13 from 19. Still, the team is still in a good position to win.
So let's watch the other delivery here now as Coleman on strike. And he hits that out towards long on. That should go to the boundary. That was hit quite powerfully. And that Tristan Coleman, no nonsense approach. Now he wants to end this pretty quickly. And he hit that dead straight.
Yeah. Muscling that one really down the ground. A real pace on the delivery. But the power of Coleman again coming to the stage here and paying dividends for himself and the Titans. Powerful player, powerfully built. Let's put on a few pounds but hasn't lost any power at all. 6 to get from 8 deliveries. You think this over, the over that the Titans has targeted, and they have gotten somewhat 12 runs from this over, a huge over, not what the Stars needed in the context of this game. John Campbell still marshalling the troops though.
Yeah, just 6 now needed from 8 deliveries. And that was wide down the leg side. They could. That was a horrible ball. May just have slipped. I can't think that that was one that came out normally. Really wide.
I think what I've seen from most of the pace bowlers, you look at OJ Shields, a lot of them bowl a very good over at the start, but I think coming back to the back end, when the pressure is really on, there's a lot at stake. A lot of them seem to just crack on the pressure. And I think these are the moments that you have to seize if you want to make the transition and to build as a player.
And was there an inside edge on that? Could this be a run out? No. And it will be taken to the final over. No, still 1 ball to go because there was a wide previous to this. So 88 now. 4 runs needed from 7 balls. Batting team, the Titans, should win this one fairly comfortably in the end.
Yeah, good hand here from Coleman. 19 from 8. Coming in to put the finishing touches to this run chase. I think they have timed this really well. They have run hard. I think that has been the hallmark of this run chase. The running between the wickets has been very aggressive. And I think I have to give them full marks for that.
All right, so here is Shields. And that's bowled him. Straight, full. And Morgan playing all around it. And we will have a final over after all. And Morgan would have played his part. That 13, although it came from 21, but there was lots of action at the other end. And he did his part in keeping his team in the hunt. Was bowled all over the shop by one that was full and straight.
Yeah, full delivery, straight delivery, where Shields want to be. And you mentioned that it's consistency. I think the ability to hit those areas consistent is what you need. I think they have been guilty of spraying a few down the leg side, not as being as consistent as they would have wanted. And I think the Stars, they paying for that. I think you look at Andel Gordon coming in with 4 runs to get. I think he has been one of the ace bowler in this tournament. I think John Campbell probably a bit now guilty of probably leaving things a bit too late for Gordon. Gordon has taken some huge wickets in this tournament. He has kept some of the most explosive batsmen in this tournament quiet. He bowled a good first over. 4 runs came off that over. I think with 4 runs to get no from the final over, it's just probably a bit too much for him to do, the youngster. But I think he should have probably been introduced back a bit earlier than now. Probably a bit too late for the youngster who has been really well.
There's Coleman covering all the stumps as he drives. They want 2. Could they be coming back? No, they won't. Single taken. So now 3 needed from 5.
I think you talk about this situation. We saw it yesterday. You think more persons should be in the field saving the singles.
Has to happen.
Yeah, we're seeing that. I can't understand the tactics.
Only 4 men in the circle.
Yeah.
With 3 needed from 5 balls. Certainly there should not be any single on offer at all.
You're basically gifting the victory now to the batting team. And that probably would have been...
That should have been 1. That man at deep cover should have been inside the circle. That would have been probably a dot ball or a very tight single. I don't understand it.
No, he calls in mid-off. Should definitely be calling extra cover and backward square leg. And really no need for them at the moment.
Not at all understanding. You're not going to get the batsman out caught at deep point, you don't think? So he should be saving the single. That was wide. No. The umpire kept his hands at his side.
I tell you something, I think that over from Shields, if he hadn't gone for too much, Andel Gordon here would have had something to work with. That angle there from the left arm pacer. That's creating issues for Coleman. Coleman making an adjustment to go outside the off stump.
Yeah. That's it. That man at square leg, deep, you think should have been at a regulation square leg. If that goes for 4, game 1.
I think the Stars has basically gave up this contest. And
1 from 2 needed. So the scores 1 run to win from these 2 deliveries. Now they're bringing in the field.
still not as close as I would have wanted him to be.
That's hit. And knocked down by the man inside the circle. And is that the... No, that's the win, is it? Yes. So the Titans managing to eke out a victory with 1 delivery to spare. We thought it would be pretty close, Chris. It has been exactly that. A really tight contest, although the Titans will tell you that they had it under control with so many wickets in hand. But a fairly decent game of T10 cricket, and I leave it to the illustrious Chris Gale to put a cap on the Titans innings.
Yeah, workman-like performance from the Middlesex Titans. I think Wayne Davis instrumental in that run chase. He made 47 from 23 deliveries. Brilliant knock from him. It was a difficult wicket to bat on, but I think in the end, the Titans coming home victory. Tristan Coleman, 21 from 11 to put the finishing touches to this run chase. I think the Stars, a bit of indiscipline in their fielding efforts and probably innocuous bowling changes that hadn't happened probably would have made a different read. But I think in the end, the Middlesex Titans deservingly victors, especially them sitting at the bottom of the table. I think this now has done the Stars no good as they look to go second place or first place in the tournament in the team standings. But it's the Titans who win by 8 wickets here at Sabina Park. And of course we have the post-match presentation coming up in a few. I'm assuming Wayne Davis will be the man of the match, of course. There's also next match that comes up at 1:30. It will be the Royals versus the Surrey Risers, and that's expected to be a very good game also. So stand by as we'll now move on to the post-match presentation here at Sabina Park in the Dream 11 Jamaica T10 cricket competition. Match 25 has been completed here. you ready? Oh.
You know, see how close them, man, though. When I used to lose, then close, then I used to lose. Okay, alright.
So I'm here with the man of the month from the Middlesex Titans. Middlesex Titans won by 8 wickets. Wayne Davis, 47 from 22 deliveries. Wayne Davis, a chase of 92. What was good in mind when you were going out to bat?
A start in the power play was really important. We never got the start we wanted, but we knew we had wickets in hand. We knew we had the strength and the firepower in the back end to really and truly capitalize. So it was important to get off to a good start, and we did that.
The pitch looked a bit too pace. I'm way up there. What says you?
Once the ball coming out the bat, it wasn't the easiest of way to bat it on, but once you get in, you try and stay in, and once you get in, it gets a bit easier.
Okay, thank you very much. Well played.
Thank you, boss.
Okay, so there you have it. The Middlesex Titans winning by 8 wickets. Wayne Davis, the man for the Titans today. Well, it's now to the Surrey Royals and to the Surrey Risers to go in the next ding-dong battle here at Sabina Park. match number 26. The Surrey Risers up against the Surrey Royals. Surrey Risers won the toss and they have elected to bowl. The Risers, they won yesterday. They're coming off a victory. Their confidence will be up. And the Royals, of course, with their Kings having a defeat also, they have an opportunity to put some pressure on the number 1 spot. This will be a good contest. And the Risers looking to close the gap on second place also. A lot to play here. 2 teams with exciting players, international players, regional first-class players. This should be a very, very exciting contest. The weather is good. Orville Higgins is also here. He looks to be in a very good mood also.
Yeah, good mood because there seems to be the likelihood of cricket. You said that the Met Office said earlier that we might have rain, and there's no point coming to the cricket when it's raining. So it's always good to see the cricket. It's Log will be facing up to Chris Powell. They're always explosive Log. It's interesting to see what might turn out of this.
I was at a function last night and I overheard there's a group of people around a table and the discussion was T10 cricket and it was Leroy Log. So this again showing that he is making a name for himself. And I was very surprised. I stood some distance away and was very much into the conversation, and the discussion was about the distinction and the place of power and class and subtleness in T10 cricket.
Well, they have a slip for him. The importance of getting him out is not lost on the fielding team. That's punched into the offside for the first run of the Royals innings, and Log is off the mark.
Good start for Powell. Powell has been good. Powell has been bowling in the power play for the Risers. Didn't play the first 2 matches, but he's in the team now. He's kept his place, and rightly so. It's Chris Powell. Romain Morris, the man of the match in the last game for the Royals. He'll be looking to continue his good form.
All right, so it now brings Romain Morris on strike. Morris, who was explosive yesterday. He hits that in the offside. That goes over the infield. It will drop pretty close to the boundary. It gets there now. And Morris, who was trying to thrash that one down the ground, had it peeling off. Square on the offside. He gets 4. Not where he intended, but doesn't matter. The scorebook doesn't tell you that. 5 without that.
Yeah. Good result. The result is good. The intent is good also. I think they'll look to capitalize on the power play. And already cluster of field changes for the Risers. That deep point. It's a good era, productive era for run scoring for Romain Morris.
Oh, that one is wide. Signaled so as well as Powell went for the predictable bouncer. But that was ill-directed. And even so, even though you probably needed a ladder to get to that, Morris was still aiming at that slashing cut shot. He means business. But that was much too wide.
Yeah, with intent, he's going to throw his bat at everything, probably. Going to put Powell under early pressure. I think that innings, that match-winning innings from him has really done his confidence good on the aggressive.
And he's hitting that out towards the man at cover, and he's gone. Powell puts his hand up in celebration. Easy catch to Chadwick Walton. And Morris, one adventurous shot, 2 minutes. Goes for 4. And that's the first wicket.
Look at this good length delivery. Throwing his hands basically at everything so far in this innings. And really, that's a tough shot to play. It's an ambitious shot to hit on the up over extra cover. And the ball getting big on him, and also was wide outside the off. Some gave himself the extra room, trying to open up the offside. And again, probably a bit too overconfident from that innings. He's the man of the match. So totally different day today.
They always tell you as a batsman that your next innings begins at 0.
Yeah.
Even if you score a quadruple 100, I think maybe Romain Morris would have been advised just to have 1 or 2 sighters, because he's a crucial man here in the Royals lineup. But it is T10 cricket. It's a game where risks have to be taken. Sometimes they come off, sometimes they don't. And Nkrumah Bonner is the new batsman, but it's going to be Log on strike.
Oh, we should see that new rule coming into play pretty soon, where when you hit the ball in the air, the new batsman will take the strike. I think that's where ICC, that new rule, it's implemented in the IPL. Not yet for the ICC.
Log stabs that one out into the offside. Good bounce on that, well directed. And the ever aggressive Log. I don't think he's the best of players to the length balls outside off. He's a pretty dangerous customer once the ball is pitched up to him. But hitting length balls through the offside, especially through the cover region, maybe one area that he could work at, but you don't want to pitch up to it. It disappears the minute it's in his arc. But that is the ball, back of a length, and they have done their homework, and it's an easy catch.
Well, you called it, Orville Higgins. Back of a length, outside off stump. Trying to hit that one over wide long on, which is his favorite area. This is good bowling, and I have to say it is some poor batting. I don't know if they were watching the first game, that it shows that it's going to be a workman-like attitude to get runs on this pitch. It's not this kind of pitch that you can come in and bully your way through, and it is shown in the first 5 deliveries of this inning so far. Back of a length, very good bowling into the pitch. Chris Powell 2 for 6, absolutely brilliant so far.
He certainly was bowling, I don't know if it was to a plan, but he was definitely bowling outside of what Log likes. He's one of those batsmen, reminds me a lot about a Philo Wallace, who maybe a decade or 2 outside your vintage. Can't pitch up, it disappears. And if you're short and at his body, he'll hit you far as well. But that length ball, that maybe just back of a length outside off stump, he doesn't hit length balls through the covers as well as he should have. And that occasion proved it. It's 6 for 2.
Yeah, great examination there, Orville. And I'm pretty sure that you and Chris Powell probably was doing the homework on that one. See the fashion that he's been dismissing. Bonner is going to take strike. Bonner, I think this situation suits him well, suits his style. He's the kind of player that has to come big on this occasion.
Let's see what approach he will take. He punches off the back foot. That's the shot I'm talking about. That's one of the shots that young Leroy Log will have to learn. But he has time in his hands, and which is not to say he doesn't have great strength, literally and otherwise. I get the feeling that he will go places in the shortened form of the game, but as one young to cricket at this level, you can always improve.
And at that level, it's so fascinating to see the amount of planning that opposition goes into doing their homework on different batsmen. Every team is traveling with, you have them different persons that analyze, gives you different statistics. Saw it in the IPL, even the heart rate when you're batting pace. That is where cricket has gone, very much technologically advanced. The game it is now, and you really have to be on your A game all the time as a batsman.
All right, so it's a new over, and it's going to be Campbell bowling to Nkrumah Bonner, the 2 men out. A long on and a deep mid-wicket. It's the left-arm orthodox spin of Campbell. And Bonner tucks this one square on the onside. They should be coming back for 2. And they do that pretty easily in the end. And this, as you said, may suit Bonner's game. He's one of those touch players who probably need to do just like that maybe for the next over or 2.
Yeah, I think he's going to really, probably more than that, but really deep into these 10 overs. Control the innings, control the tempo, control everything, run scoring, manipulate the field.
He punches off the back foot, dead straight to the man at point. Bowler maybe a touch short, both shots played off the back foot. The left arm spinner. You don't want to see the batsman on the back foot. Yeah. Bonner can't score. Forced to punch back at the bowler.
And I see ball by Warren Campbell, number 6 on the wicket takers list. Has already had 9 wickets, best of 3 for 16. Has done well.
Oh, that's the premeditated sweep. There was bat in it. Campbell was suggesting that maybe there was pad before bat, but Bonner premeditated that sweep shot from a relatively straight ball.
I think he's a wide gap on the deep backward square leg boundary. He just has square leg to beat, really.
And he's pulling at that just over the man at backward square. And that one will run pretty close to the backward square boundary. They're coming back for the second. I think that's all they'll get. In fact, they're coming back for a third. They're taking on the arm of the man at backward square. And 3 runs there to Nkrumah Bonner. But that went perilously close to the man stationed just to the right of the square leg umpire.
Yeah, just suggested that he has that man to beat with the angle that in the line of attack that Campbell is bowling. And here's a contest. It's a left arm orthodox bowler up against Javel Glenn. Will be fancying his chance. Definitely we're going to see that mid-wicket and long on in place for Glenn.
And this one is punched out by Glenn into the wide long on region. They take 1 and they're coming back for the second. The throw was rather weak from Dennis Bolai. And the second run easily taken. It's 14 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, not a bad over there. Trying to recover from that Chris Powell over. And I think Chadwick Walton now is going to go back to Chris Powell again. I think I'll do the same thing. Keep that pressure on the opposition. The Royals 14 for 2. So of course, it's match 26 of the Dream 11 Jamaica T20 cricket T10 cricket competition.
It's a Dream 11 Jamaica T10. I'm not sure that is what you're seeing there.
A few cloud cover coming over Subina Park now. Hoping that the rain stays away for probably the next hour and a half. We'll get the completion of that match, this match. Gordon Bryan, member of the Jamaica Defence Force.
All right, so Bryan will continue. Or Bryan will bowl his first over. Nkrumah Bonner on strike. Bonner, who is 6 from 6. And a runner ball is probably what he will want to do. And the other big hitters bat around him.
Yeah, pretty much that. I think so important, so crucial is Nkrumah Bonner now with the 2 early wickets. He has to bat through this innings.
And here is Bryan. And Bonner drops it. Oh, this could be suicidal. And now they take the single. Bonner had given up. He had started off. He was sent back by Lug.
Rightly so. There was never a run there from Bonner. You look at it, he now short delivery back of a length. He stabs it straight, really. He didn't really have a long way to go.
It's Glenn. I said Lug. It's Glenn. He was sent back by Glenn. And Bonner had given up, had said, well, I'm not going to get back. And then there was that misfield. Look at that. He stopped. He said, you can have my wicket. And then there was the misfield. And in the end, they came through for the single.
Would have been catastrophic if he had been run out there. Really and truly giving it up all. So just think there was a run there. I have to disagree with you, Mr. Bonner. Don't think there was a run there. Gordon Bryan, a good sharp feeling off his own ball in his brain. He has left-handed Glenn now to contend with.
All right, so now Glenn getting a wide ball short down the leg side. He was trying to pull that one away. Didn't make any contact, but was always too wide. And one more run to the total.
I want to line that one up a bit straighter at the body at Glenn. It's a good line of attack to go to Glenn. Correction. Glenn is another player that likes it full, likes to hit down the ground, likes to go wide long on. So I think that this back of a length is a good ploy to go after him. Good line of attack from.
And this time he gets that down towards fine leg. Nobody's going to stop that. Badly directed by Bryan. And Javel Glenn just working this one. Well, it's a leg by. I thought he got some bat on it. Goes down to fine leg for a 4. And the total now going to 20.
Quick delivery. They rushed Glenn there a bit for some pace. And just getting the upper thigh there. The result is good for the Royals. They're 20 now for 2.2 overs. Ball. A bit of indiscipline. I want to give that extras count 2 more. Already 6 extras in the innings so far. Has to be on that off stump is Bryan.
Yeah, Glenn faces again. And he struck on the pad. May have been some inside edge on it. Let's watch the umpire signal. Yeah, leg by. 1 more to the total. It's 21 now for 2.
Gordon working up some steam. 2 previous delivery. Just rushing Glenn for some, beating him for some pace really. Let's see how he goes to Bonner. Bonner examine the field.
All right, so let's see what Bonner will do. He's looking to maybe just rotate it at the moment. Down the leg side, wide. Bonner looks to the heavens, feels he missed out there. As a batsman, you always feel that deliveries just outside of your legs are easy pickings in any type of cricket, and he'd be disappointed with that.
Yeah, fine leg was also up in the circle. A tickle on that, he would have gotten a boundary. Gordon Bryan has something to think about here. Has to realize left hand, right hand combination. Has to get it right. Has to just probably take that split seconds just now above his mark. Think about it. It's the right-handed ball. I have to get it outside the off stump. That's where he wants to be.
Pulls that imperiously, and that one went well in front of mid-wicket. So he was in total control, was Nkrumah Bonner. And he played that shot like a man who is trying to tell the fast bowler, don't you ever bowl short. He dealt with that with some class.
Yeah, top shot from Bonner. Big player, big moment. Has work to do for the Royals. I think he's definitely announced himself, and that really is sending a strong message to Chadwick Walton and the Risers. They have a lot to think about. They need to get rid of Bonner.
Bryan again. And he pulls that in the air over mid-wicket. The umpire says 6. So the bowler may have thought that the first shot was an error. Bonner is saying, well, you want to know if I could do it? Well, there you go. 1 more pull shot this time, a little bit more square. And the result, 2 more runs. That's 6. And that, if anything, was probably even more handily played.
Yeah, 2 men on the backward square leg boundary there. 2 of them to beat. Bonner seems to be up for this though. He seems to be up for this challenge. He's running hard between the wickets, which is something that I've always wanted to see from Bonner, and his body language sometimes on the nonchalant manner. But today, to me, he seems up for it. And those 2 shots just proving my point.
And this time he is steering that down to the offside. And I can't be the man at backward point. End of Gordon Bryan's first over. cost him 13. And after 3, it's 32 for 2. The rate 10.67. Not bad going by the Royals.
Yeah, not bad at all. I think at this rate, they probably will get to about 100. I think if they can continue, then they have a launching pad to probably get the next 10 more, 110. I think Bonner also a player that would have been a part of, I think it was a training squad that was picked by the West Indies team for white, specifically to develop skills in white ball cricket. And I think now will be a test to see what Bonner, who has been a top class player for us in test cricket.
Yeah, I've always felt that somebody who is arguably your best test batsman at the moment, certainly since he's come in, he's averaging 41, which would make him, maybe along with Brathwaite, the 2 best in terms of returns since he's been playing. That such a player must be in at least your one-day team.
I have to agree with you. We see some of the other players around world cricket, they're test players, they're better test players, make up the nucleus of their white ball one-day team.
And Javel Glenn punches off the back foot. He hits that pretty hard. And the man at long off made an absolute meal of that. Goes into the boundary. And if I were Akeem Fraser, I wouldn't be pleased. That should have been just a cursory single. In fact, it goes for 4. And the total now 36 for 2.
Delbert Gale there, the fielder running around, just overrun that one a bit. Was hit very hard. And he has been doing a lot of work on that boundary, Delbert Gale, over the last 2 days.
Back live and Javel Glenn punches. This time out to long on. This time there's no misfield. Dennis Bulai is the man in the way. Takes it to 37 for 2. Glenn now 7 from 5 and brings Bonner back on strike.
Yeah, rebuilding stage here. Good partnership so far between these two. After the early wickets of Morris on log. Bonner 17 from 10. Playing this nicely so far is Bonner. Big space on the leg side.
Here's Akeem Fraser. And he's hitting that out to long on region again. And again, the man at long on again makes another meal of it. And I tell you what, if I were the captain, I wouldn't have him at long on anymore. You can't give away 2 boundaries in 2 consecutive balls that you have to field. I would take him and put him elsewhere. That was just ordinary feeling.
He has a strapping on his left hand, and I'm wondering if that has nothing to do with he's probably having some discomfort. But Akeem Fraser is absolutely distraught with Gale.
Short again, and this is pulled away, round through mid-wicket. That's 4. Oh, and Nkrumah Bonner now is going great guns, absolutely murdering anything short. And he's rushed up now to 25, is it? From just 12 deliveries. That was much too short. And as casual as he can be, he is a very, very good puller of the pull shot. In fact, that may very well be his best attacking shot. You can't be short. That is easy scoring opportunity.
I think I want to go to that. So many times we talk about the use of the feet. We think of batsmen coming down the track. But you see Nkrumah Bonner there going very deep, using the crease and just getting that front foot out of the way, going all the way back in his crease to create those pull shots and to also hit down on the shot. Absolutely brilliant batting from Nkrumah Bonner.
Glenn gets another one from Fraser that's much too short, and they'll come back for 2. I think the off-spinner Akeem Fraser is a little bit guilty of just pulling it down. That over cost him 16, and I don't think he'd be too happy with his length. It's 48 for 2 from 4, and a rate of 12 means that the Royals would be pretty happy with where they are at the moment.
Yeah, poor over there from Fraser, bowling a bit too short, and we see the ball just sitting up, asking to be hit, showing a bit that this pitch a bit slow, and the batsman having enough time to play those horizontal back shots. Really good to see that the batsmen, they're very much aware of what is on offer. It will be now a power play over. Sheldon Cottrell not playing in this match. This is Looks like he's a 12th man for the Risers. Well, I'm thinking that Sheldon Cottrell will be very much handy on this pitch. Chris Paul again now to bowl a very important over. And I'm assuming Bonner should really just bat out this over.
And I think they've taken the power play.
Yep.
They have indeed. Mandeep at cover and long on are the two fielders out. Powell to Bonner. Oh, good delivery. And this the kind of delivery Powell in his follow through all the way up to the crease of the batsman. He's pretty pumped at the moment, is Chris Powell.
Yeah. Nice swagger walk. Confidence is up. 2'7". A good talent. Naturally talented. Just naturally talented. I think he is. I think it's a matter of him putting in the work. And I think it's good when you see players they can bowl two overs very good. And I think I also asked him that I'm challenging him to bowl. Oh.
Bonner is hitting that. Oh my goodness, that disappears over long on. Wow. What else can you say except wow? That was pitched up. And Bonner really put back to ball there. Gone for 6.
Chris Paul just missing the Yorker. And you can't miss to a Yorker and bowl then. It's going to be a half volley to really and truly one of the most formed batsmen in the Caribbean at the moment in Nkrumah Bonner. And beautifully played, hitting straight through the line of that one. Was so good to watch. 32 from 15 deliveries. Nkrumah Bonner have such a big role to play in this game after those 2 early wickets. Big match, big player. He's stepping up here for the Royals.
Bonner 32 from 15, scoring at a strike rate of well over 200 at the moment. What will be Powell's response? That's hit down towards long on. Going for the Yorker again. He kept his cool, didn't go for the expected short ball, maybe because Bonner has been pulling particularly well, so he went for the block hole again. And Bonner had to respect it out to mid-wicket for 1.
It's good. The field is not set for that. I think you still have to come in and back yourself. It's just have to say, hey, I missed that one. Still have to back your skills, your abilities to hit that Yorker again. And he did that. So many times you see bowlers being hit over their head. They get flustered. They start to spray the ball around the park. You just have to keep your cool.
And brings Javel Glenn on strike. He's 9 from 6. And left that alone. Interestingly enough, you don't often see batsmen opting not to play a shot. Especially when your team is almost scoring at 12 and over. Interesting leave.
I think Glenn, probably 7 runs from the over. Power play over, yes. I think also Chris Paul, one of the better bowlers on the day. Don't want to gift him another wicket. Probably been telling himself that. I want to give him a 3rd.
Powell, who's taken the 2 wickets to fall again to Glenn. And he pulls at that. He wasn't never going to leave 2 balls in succession. That one was not dissimilar to the previous one that he left alone. And good line.
Yeah, well
through to the keeper.
Yeah, well bowled there. There's a lot of these batsmen, they look to hit to leg. There's also an opportunity to just probably guide that pass. You think the keeper and the short 3rd will have got a boundary. So many times the batsman just looking to hit to leg. Just overcompensating a bit.
And he's pulling. This time it goes all the way over the long leg, a boundary for 6. And Chris Powell maybe a little upset with himself for going for the short ball, but that is what Javel Glenn was almost sitting back waiting on. And I don't think he middled that, catching the top edge and flying over long leg. Or that may have been a little bit more deliberate than I thought.
Yeah, a poor delivery. I think in the context of what the field is set for, I think the plan was to bowl straight, full, and let the batsman hit down the ground. Fine if they hit you over the top, as Bonner did a couple of deliveries ago. you can't really fault yourself. But I think it's really committing really a sin to hit that short ball with fine leg and third man in the circle. I think so many times you see bowlers being guilty of not working to the plan and just probably making the situation getting the better of them. And another of this power play, there was no wicket in it. 61 for the loss of 2, halfway stage, 12 runs and over, just over 12 runs and over. I think the Royals, they're going really well now. They're really looking animals at this point.
Bulai and Bonner punches square and gets a single. Dragged down a little bit from the left arm Chinaman.
I think Dennis Bulai really now in this spell has an opportunity to pull things back for the Risers. Has to get a wicket here is Bulai.
Yeah, this pair could take the game away from them. That's hit powerfully over mid wicket. That's gone for 6. And Javel Glenn in a no-nonsense mood was coming forward and swinging for the hills. And that disappears into the car park. That's 6 runs to Javel Glenn and 6 more runs to the Royals total.
Flighted delivery in the arc of Javel Glenn. And he said, thank you very much. Hitting to his favorite spot. Wide long on mid-wicket. Middled it. 6 runs is the result. 68 for the loss of 2. Nothing going the Risers' way. You saw that. I think it's so important to see how fielding is. I think that those two misfield from Delbert Gill. I think at that point it just changed the whole body language of the Risers. And feeling so important. Was guilty of just allowing those 2 balls to really to go into the boundary is Delbert Gill. And from there, things have gone downhill. I think the Royals showing good depth in their squad, also in their team. Glenn, 21 from 10. He's going really well.
Yeah, Bulai to him again, and he backs away and hits in the air. This should be out caught at point. Should be a relatively easy catch. Well, relatively easy catches are sometimes dropped. and that one was put down inexplicably. Is that Chadwick?
It's a Warren Campbell.
It's Warren Campbell.
Yeah,
how on earth did he drop that? Look at this. You'd want this every day of the week.
It's the easiest of catches, you have to say. And I think Warren Campbell would be so disappointed with himself. And there you go again, the feeling of the Risers. They have been poor in the field. And then I think that's another, really would say, nail driven in the confidence of the Risers. Body language again, dropping again, big time.
Bulai to Bonner, and Bonner spanks that down towards mid-wicket. And again, another misfield. And another boundary. And it's the 3rd time that we have seen poor fielding on the boundary. And the bowlers are suffering. It wasn't the best of deliveries by Bulai. It was dragged down. But you want your fielders to back you up. And on that occasion, he did get a bad bounce, to be fair. But again, the bowler wouldn't be too happy.
Yeah, I think the feeling of the Risers has been very poor so far. Really no excuses for them. You have to do better.
Short again and pulled. Almost flat batted it up towards long on. And 1 more runs to Bonner. Or 1 more run takes him now to 38 of 18. 73 for 2 from 5.4. And the Royals going about their business quite merrily at the moment.
Yeah, Bonner looks a really good player against spin. When we saw that, he would have made his debut against Bangladesh in Bangladesh. And
Javel Glenn. Is that a drop catch?
Yeah, another drop, yeah.
Yeah. The bowler's reaction, Bulai's reaction seems to suggest.
The keeper's reaction,
yeah.
This is poor.
Yeah.
Definite outside edge on that one. And I think Bulai would have been brought in the attack Orville to get wickets. There was 2 chances for wickets. And both have been put down. Glenn, 2 times in this over.
Well, certainly not doing themselves any favors, the fielding team. They're making the job a lot more difficult than it has to be. And if they're going to be looking at a huge total here, they're already looking at a substantial total. The run rate at the moment over 12. And the Royals may be aiming at, from here, maybe 120 the least.
Yeah, has to be looking to that 120 mark. Warren Campbell, the culprit who dropped that catch early on, have to look to make amends.
That was maybe a touch on the short side, but Bonner, who is a very good judge of length, is quick to get onto the back foot.
Playing spin well. Said a feature of a good batsman is using up the depth of that crease, and he's doing just that now in Nkrumah Bonner.
Campbell has to be fuller. Bonner is hitting that down towards the man at short fine. And the single quickly taken. Good run that from Javel Glenn, who initiated that single. Bonner goes to 40, 75 for 2.
It was Glenn call. Good call from Glenn. Positive, not just in looking to hit the boundaries, but in looking to run between the wickets. Mark you, they have been aided by some very poor feeling.
The feeling has not been great. Javel Glenn waits as a man just to the left of screen comes into the circle at wide mid-on. They have sent back the backward square all the way back to the boundary. He's hitting that wide of long off. Nobody needs to move. Oh, Javel Glenn. That was hit with some venom past the man at long off down to the boundary for 4.
Beautiful shot that from Javel Glenn. Sheer power. A delivery again. You see the ball when it ends in the pitch and it's short, it just sits up, asking to be hit. Think bowlers has to be more full, has to challenge the batsman to play on that front foot. I think we've seen all mostly flat-batted shots, cut shots, pull shots so far, and showing that the length has been just a bit too short from
Campbell bowls. And this one is tugged around out towards mid-wicket. Will they come back for 2? They will. And they'll get it pretty easily in the end.
Yeah, I think there you go again. The length just too short from the risers, and they're peppering anything that is short. Is Glenn and Bonner. Glenn 28 from 14, Bonner 40 from 21. Both scoring just around 200.
That is hit.
That's huge.
We may need another ball here. Where has that gone? It disappears absolutely out of here.
We're not going to get that back.
I don't know. I was thinking we're going to need another ball.
That one is going to stay in one of those boxes on the north stand, Orville. Well, he was full. We look at the replay in a flighty delivery. Javel Glenn, the power of him, absolutely smoked that one is Javel Glenn, and good practice for him. And also,
there's where it has gone. Good camera work there, guys. Right into the top tier. And that's a huge hit. That will be 6th on most grounds in the world.
And these players, nowadays, very good bats they have. And that went a long way. Warren Campbell under pressure in this over. 13 from it.
It's this one out to long on. Bonner says 2. And then decides against it. That's 7 overs gone. 87 for 2. Or is that 88 for 2 now?
Right.
Javel Glenn 35 from 16 and Nkrumah Bonner 40 from 21.
The risers here, they're facing that they're going to be chasing a big total. A really huge one. Javel Glenn 35 from 16. 2 4s, 3 massive 6s. Strike rate of 218. And Nkrumah Bonner 40 from 21 deliveries. 4 4s and the 2 6s. Strike rate of 190. You're striking it around 200 Orville, and you're definitely in the game all the time.
Yeah, they are. I don't think the right left-hand combination is helping the bowlers. I think the pitch has slowed down a touch, because when the balls are short, they are not rushing on. They're, as you say, standing up to be hit. And when the pitch are as slow as this one is now turning out to be, maybe you have to just put a little bit more pace on the ball. And sometimes the pace from pace bowlers, we know that, but sometimes spinners have to watch at the pace that they bowl as well.
And length.
And length. And I think maybe they have been maybe a touch short, but maybe a touch could put a little bit more revs and a little bit more pace on the deliveries as well.
Well, Hakeem Fraser, he has a chance to redeem himself. 16 from his first over. Javel Glenn, I'm pretty sure, will be going after this one.
He goes after it and slaps it straight to the man at cover. Maybe a yard or two to the right or left, and that could be a boundary because cover would not go to his left to get it, and long off would not be able to get it off to his right. So Javel Glenn hitting it directly to the one man, that could have stopped that boundary. Fraser bowls, and he's hitting dead straight over long on. That disappears in the stands for another 6. Again, I thought that was just too slow. He seems to have forever, when he went onto the back foot, he basically could have hit that anywhere. And I just think the pace needs to be a little bit. Look, well, we're seeing the scorecard now, and we'll see the replay in a bit. How much time he had? Maybe it was even a ball that was intended to be flighted. It was much too slow. We're back live, but we'll see that again as Fraser to Javel Glenn, and this time he hits outside the off stump, out towards the boundary. That's 4.
Brilliant batting, Orville. I think the feature, as you said, just too slow, and I think short and asking to be hit. And I think the feature of this innings from Glenn, he's not just looking to hit to the leg side, he's also looking to open up that extra cover gap, and he's done that really well. Bulai coming to have a word with Fraser. I think Fraser, he's trying to slow the ball up, but I think the length again, that which he's bowling, he has to look to fly. If he's going to bowl that slow, he's going to look to fly the ball above the eye line of the batsman and challenge them to hit from the front foot.
All right, so that one is punched out towards squarish cover region for another single.
Keem Fraser, very expensive. Started the tournament very well, is Fraser. Both batsmen approaching half century here. Bonner and Glenn has been a really good partnership. Bonner to 40 from 21, Glenn 46 from 20. And 99 for 2 now. Approaching that 100 mark. This is going to be a huge total.
Yeah. They'd be disappointed if they don't get to at least 120 from here. 2 batsmen well set.
Or even more. Could
Or
get
even
to
more.
130, 135,
yeah.
140. Big launching pad here.
Fraser to Bonner. Too short and hit in the stands. When will they learn? That has gone onto the roof. When will they learn that this is not the pitch where you bowl back of a length? It's sitting up. And Bonner showing that he's not just this tudgy defensive middle order batsman that has come to be his want in Test cricket. He's showing by shots like that he can be pretty explosive as well.
Top shot from Bonner. Been very much impressed with the way he has used the crease, the depth of the crease, getting back and just launching that one over mid-wicket. Top shot from the West Indies middle order batsman, stamping his authority on this game. 46 from 22. He's approaching what will be a really good half century.
And he's appealing. But that I thought that would have been outside leg. Although he made that reverse sweep, which meant that his leg side now became his offside. But that, I think, when the bowler let it go, he was a right-handed batsman. That, I think, would have pitched outside leg.
Yeah, definitely.
And therefore could not be given out LBW.
Definitely outside leg. I think the conventional sweep shot probably was on instead of the reverse sweep. But Bonner is booming with confidence. He's batting well. Who am I to tell him what to do? 46 from 23. Top class innings from Bonner. Big player. And it's always good to see when international players come to the domestic level and they perform and show their worth.
Yeah, and there it is. Bonner, 46 from 23. 4 fours, 3 sixes.
Making a huge case for your thing that he should be a part of the white ball setup.
If not the 2020, but definitely part of the 50 overs team. And when he was given a chance in Bangladesh, he didn't perform all that bad.
We have seen that the West Indies has been guilty of not batting out, you'd say, 50 overs on many occasions.
There you go.
And I think sometimes we just probably think that we're relying too much on power.
All right, so Gordon Bryan will bowl the penultimate over, 106 for 2. Glenn and Bonner, both on 46, both well set.
This is a big over. Gordon can be a bit indisciplined at times.
And that's crunched out towards square leg for 1. Bonner now on 47. Now brings the left-handed Glenn on strike.
Has a really good innings from Bonner. Has to really give them a chance. A touch of the gloves there. Pretty much acknowledging that. I think that is the 100 partnership.
100 partnership, yes. They were 7 for 2.
It's really probably, I think, the first one I've seen in the tournament so far. It's really a top-class partnership between these two. It's really dug them out of a hole.
All right, so Bryan now to Javel Glenn. And he's pulling that in the air. Well, no, down towards backward square. Lost sight of it for a minute. Another single.
Not happy with himself there is Glenn. Probably think that he should have deposited that one into the mound stand. There's a huge hit to that leg side. It's one of his favorite shots. He's 47 from 21. And this over now, the batsmen now, really you call it crunch time. They're really and truly on the charge now.
Yeah, it's do or die. 2 many wickets in hand. We won't see any defensive shot, I can tell you, from here on in. That's Bonner hitting high and hard. He brings up his 50 in absolute style. Oh my goodness. That was an absolutely meaty blow. And Gordon Bryan has to just look back over his shoulder as that one went carting over long on for 6. Bonner brings up his 50 of that shot. 53 from 25. Well played.
Yeah, the 230th 6 of the tournament comes from the bat of Nkrumah Bonner. 53 from 25. It has been a top-class innings. We have seen shots all around the park from Bonner. His hitting down the ground has been imperious, pulling the ball to perfection, piercing the gap. This has been a well-compiled 50 from the Royals middle-order batsman. And of course, most importantly, international player, West Indies player, flourishing.
And this time he's on the charge outside the off stump. And finally holds out to the man. Good running catch. And at the rate that the feeling has gone, you half expected them to drop that. It was a good catch in the end. Bonner goes for a well-played 50. 53 from 26 deliveries. And has left his team in an absolutely good position. End of what was one of the innings so far of the campaign.
Yeah, a good innings from Nkrumah Bonner. 53 from 26 deliveries. You'll get a good round of applause from his teammates, and a deservingly one so far from the right-handed batsman. Well played to him, and an innings that has lifted not just the spirits of the Royals, but has lifted them out of some trouble. 114 for 3, if involved in this 100-run partnership. That delivery was crashed down to deep point. Thought for a moment he would have beaten the fielder there to his left, but in the end, a catch, and finally one stays in the hands.
Pete Salmon pulling that to the man at short leg. Well, short, fine leg. And they were never going to get a run. They thought about it, but then Bulai cocked the arm and said, "I dare you to run." And they took the sensible option. That was always going to be too risky.
Pete Salmon has been very good at the back end of the innings. He has hit some long sixes, especially to that north stand side. I think he hit one on top of the north stand a couple of days ago. And he'll be definitely fancy his chances against Bryan.
Bryan bowls, and he punches that square on the offside. They'll want 2. They will not be it. Well, they're coming for it. The fieldsman had the ball forever and was, I'm not sure what he was doing. He was almost daring the batsman to come back for the second, and the batsman said, "Well, you're daring us, we will." And that is one example of how you should not go about it. There he is, picked it up, was basically asking the batsman to take on the arm, and they did. And in the end, it was a tame throwback. That's just poor cricket.
I think it sums up the fielding effort so far of the Risers. Has been very disappointed in the way they have feel. Javel Glenn, 47 from 21 deliveries, 3 fours, 4 massive sixes, strike rate of 223, and a well-deserved half century, you'd have to say. Yeah, look at the bowling figures. Akeem Fraser, there's going at 16.5 runs per over.
Yeah, they've treated him with scant regard, and I don't care how good you are in T10 cricket, there are days when your ball will travel. And his ball certainly traveled today. Here's the final over. It's Bulai. And Glenn pulls that one into the stands. That goes maybe 15 rows back. He's brought up his 50 as well. And what an innings we're seeing here from Javel Glenn.
Yeah, top class innings, Orville. 53 from 22 deliveries, 5 massive sixes and 3 fours. You look at that one short, asking to be hit. Another delivery sat up in the pitch and treated. Oh, that's 6
and
more
it's gone again. Somebody's car may be in trouble. Wow. That was short. And Javel Glenn, well, he's telling you don't bowl short. Whether you're spin or pace, it's going to disappear.
Yeah, he's telling you not to park in that area also. I'm hoping, where did you park?
Somewhere similar to that.
There's 4 deliveries left in this over.
So for the sake of the cars, including mine, I hope the bowler stays well outside of that short ball on the stumps. It's not the greatest of bowling, but it's excellent batting. You still have to hit them, and Javel Glenn is certainly hitting them.
Bulai, who had a lot to say to Hakeem Fraser when he was under pressure. He has a lot to do. It's 2 from 2. Can we see another? I'm betting that Glenn will go for another.
Well, he will. There's no option, no choice. He will have to go for another massive one. He does. And long off will
3 from 3. 3 from 3.
3 sixes from 3 balls.
We've seen lately, we've seen 6 sixes from 6 deliveries. Are we in for a show here? Short delivery again. I think this has been the mood of the innings. The batsman has absolutely nailed everything that has been back of a length. Glenn showing real power here. 65 from 24 deliveries. That's his 6 of the innings, I think.
You can't bowl short. The pitch is slow. The batsmen are hanging back. You've got to let them hit you for 6 off the front foot. That is too short again. And again, this time the long off might be in business. Oh, that's another poor piece of fielding. What are they doing? Maybe some butter in the hands of the fielding team. But that was just another poor piece of fielding.
Yeah, the fielding efforts has been absolutely shocking. And this is high-level cricket. Mark you, all these players has played cricket at the club level, youth level. Easy catches, going a begging, misfields, just not good enough from the risers.
That one is pitched up. That's the delivery that you should be bowling. That's at least the one that hasn't disappeared. And you have to say that the bowling has been pretty ordinary, even though Javel Glenn has absolutely smacked it everywhere.
We have gone off site. It's 139 for 3. And this now represents a really big total. I mean, we've seen 150 scores, I think, by the Stars in the competition so far. We won't get to 150.
That's bowling. And that was a pitched up delivery. So Bulai learning his lesson a little bit too late. That's the end of the innings. 139. Pete Salmon out bowled, but 139 is going to take some getting.
Well, 139 for 4. There you go. Pitched up delivery, flighted delivery, and lessons you hope that Bulai and the Risers will carry beyond this match, because I think they have a lot to learn, a lot to look back to from this bowling efforts, and their fielding efforts has been poor. They look dejected coming off the field, and the Royals, especially Glenn, has played an absolute gem of an innings. 70 from 26 deliveries, laced with sixes all apart, around 7 sixes of them indeed, 4 fours, a massive innings for Glenn. And Kuma Bonner, equally good. He got a 53 is Bonner, but this represents a huge total. 139 for the loss of 4 wickets. The Risers, they have some real work to do. We're going to go through the batting efforts of the Royals now. Of course, early on, Leroy Lugg, 1 he made from 3 deliveries off the bowling of Christopher Powell. He went. Romain Morris also off the bowling of Christopher Powell for 4 from 2 deliveries. The 1-4 he hit. Nkrumah Bonner, absolutely brilliant. A beautiful display of good batsmanship 53 from 26, 4 fours, 4 sixes. Javel Glenn, power, absolute power and class. He batted in 26 deliveries for 70, 7 gigantic sixes and 4 fours. Pete Salmon at the end bowl of the final delivery. He was bowled, I can tell you, of Dennis Bolaya, not Akeem Fraser. He went for 139. The Risers, they need 140 to rise from this slump here at Sabina Park. Welcome back to Sabina Park, and we're set for a mammoth run chase for the Risers. They need 140 for victory. They need to do it in just 10 overs. The Royals was absolutely brilliant in their innings. They took full advantage to some poor bowling and poor fielding, and I'm pretty sure that the Royals will not be doing anything in that manner as to what the Risers would have ditched out in their fielding and bowling efforts in defending this 140. The Risers has some real work to do of a big total.
Yeah, they'll have to practically go from ball one. I don't think they have the luxury of watching an over or two. Their scoring rate is in the vicinity of 14 and over, which means that for every over you need at least 2 or 3 boundaries.
Yeah, very chirpy is the Royals. Nicholas Gordon is going to be bowling to McIntosh. Of course, McIntosh and Lewin opening the batting for the Risers. Still no Chadwick Walton, just keeping with that method of keeping himself for the middle. It's going to be McIntosh who is going to be facing Gordon.
Now here's the first ball. Short. And pull that. It's wide over the head of the batsman. And Risers are off to a start.
Yeah, and you take them anyhow they come. Wides, leg buys, extras, they will take them. Nicholas Gordon has been told there's 1 for the over by the umpire. So now probably sets the stage that he's going to have to come a bit fuller in this over.
That's it in the air. The man at long on may think he's in business, but he's not. It disappears into the stands. And well, when you're chasing 14 and over, that's the way to start. That goes for 6.
We're in for it. He had to come full. He had to after that. And he full. He was a stroke that one. Didn't really overhit it. They really tried to hit it too hard. Timing on that was good. And a brand new ball. It went sailing over. I think probably the tallest player on the field for the Royals in Pete Solomon. Good shot. We have a contest on our hands. If McIntosh can sustain this for another 3 to 4, 5 overs.
I don't think we'll see anything pitched up in McIntosh's third. Well, he's up again and he's dispatched again. This time on the offside. That is not the smartest of bowling. The pitch is playing a lot more true than we saw this morning. And McIntosh hitting smartly through the line. 6 good-looking runs.
Yeah, that's sweet. Majestic shot coming onto the front foot on the up. Not trying to overhit the ball again is McIntosh. And his timing has been brilliant so far with these 2 deliveries. Nicholas Gordon, the Jamaica Scorpions fast bowler, is put under pressure here. With the, I think with that delivery, first delivery shot, I think he's going to come short. He was really had to come full.
Well, McIntosh is saying, I am coming at you, Mr. Nicholson Gordon. That is the delivery. Good length. Not up enough for the drive and not short enough to play one of those horizontal back foot shots. Plus, some shape away from the right-handed batsman. Good delivery that.
Good delivery. I think the batsman there caught on the crease also looking like he was expecting a short delivery. It's a good delivery when a batsman is expecting the short delivery, just on a good length, moving away.
That's a better delivery, not pitched up for that lofted shot down the ground. And again, just a little shape towards the off stump. There is it shaping away, genuinely away from the bat. Good ball that from Nicholson Gordon.
I think that's where he needs to be. Making the adjustment here is Gordon. I think McIntosh also needs to make an adjustment to probably just cover that off stump a bit, get closer to those deliveries.
And this is short and tugged away around behind square. That gone for 4. And McIntosh has started the chase in emphatic fashion here. And that's at 17 now. without loss. And McIntosh is taking the fight to Nicholson Gordon.
Yeah, Calypso style, Caribbean style, one leg in there and just helping that one over backward square leg. I think this is the start that the risers would want. McIntosh needs to sustain this kind of hitting.
And he's after Gordon again. That's down the ground again. That's 1-2 bounces down to long off. What a start. And when you're chasing 140, you need to start like you mean business. McIntosh is saying, I mean business. And I don't think that was too far pitched up, but the pitch is playing much better. It's not as bad a ball as McIntosh has made that look, but it's whistled over mid-off and down to the boundary for 4.
Good shot again. McIntosh just showing anything is pitched up. And I'm going to hit downtown. And it looks to be, as I think I said it yesterday, that he seems to be a very organized player, is McIntosh. Easy on the eyes. And I think this kind of start really what the Risers would have won. 21 from the first over. Still that required run weight 13.22. It's just going to show you how big of a total this is. You have to keep going. This now is interesting. Lewin, mere spectator at the other end, has been struggling in the tournament.
Let's see what he does. He drives over the top and didn't time it. Will go down to long on. Gets one. He's off the mark, and it brings the explosive McIntosh on strike. 22 without loss from the first 7 deliveries.
Yeah, good start. McIntosh, I'm presuming, will be fancying himself. The off spin of Pete Salmon.
Here's Salmon, and that's the first time really that we've seen McIntosh kept quiet. Salmon is never normally the easiest of customers to take apart.
Seemed there was like some turn and bounce for Salmon there.
And they're appealing. He's gone. McIntosh is looking at it, I think, more in disappointment than anything else. He went for that lofted slug sweep to a ball that appeared to be fairly straight. And it has cost him his wicket. It's now 22 for 1.
Said it, Pete Salmon, not difficult, easy to get away. That looks pretty straight. Slug sweep, that shot was always going to be a more fancied shot for the right-hander. And McIntosh not getting any bat onto that one. Missed it completely. I think that's an easy decision for the umpire to make. I think he just said it. He had to sustain that kind of hitting for a long period of time. Still in a really, you say, a tough position. They still need to score almost 14 runs per over.
Yeah. Brings Henry on strike. Still 180 needed from 51, which is never the easiest of asking rates. No matter how deep you bat, you need to score more than 2 runs per ball. It's a fairly tall ask.
Yes,
But they've got a decent start. Tight. He makes it.
Yeah, nice shot there from Henry to get off the mark. Batsman always anxious to get that first run. I think that you can see that he was hustling in back to the non-strikers end, ensuring that he get home. Henry in decent form. I think this is going to really test his skills.
Here's Lewin. Gets a delivery that is pitched on a length. As I said, Pete Salmon is never the easiest of spinners to target. He comes from good height. He gets good revs on it, and he has some deliveries that just drops, and you think it's there for that big lofted drive down the ground. But they drop suddenly. Not easy to take apart. That one is hit, though, out towards long off. That goes for 4. That's a good shot. That's the way to go. Lewin now goes up to 5. It's now 27 for 1. And we've seen 2 overs bowled.
It's a nice shot from Lewin. A shot that will give him some kind of confidence all along the ground. Look back at the replay. Went to the boundary in no time. I think here's a few drops of rain. Looking back at this delivery, full delivery, and just crashing that one pass. Looks to be Hay at mid-off. Hit it hard. Is Lewin. It's gonna be Ryan Francis, who has bowled smartly in this tournament. Slow, I think has bowled very intelligent. I think this pitch though will test his skills also because of the slow nature of it, as we have seen in that first innings from the Royals.
Well, here's Francis. Oh, that's it on the pad. A little gentle inquiry. Ball must have been heading down the leg side. Yeah, heading down leg. Here's he now, live. And that's, oh, he should have done better with that, did Henry. That one was short enough and could have punched that in one of the gaps on the offside. In fact, hit it back to the bowler. And the rate now heading towards 15, so every scoring opportunity has to be taken. He must score from those. He gets one square on the offside.
Yes, short delivery there. Henry early in his innings, but I think they're gonna have it. This is gonna be a tough task. You look at it, almost 15 runs per over needed. 112 from 45 deliveries. I think somebody has to play a real gem of an innings to really get them close to this total.
Yeah, somebody has to play the kind of innings that we saw from Javel Glenn. That was excellently fielded. This could be tight. And the singles will not hurt the fielding team. That was excellently fielded, and maybe that's one of the differences between both teams. Maybe it's a little bit too early to say, but we're certainly seeing. Well, how about that for an unorthodox shot? It whistles past the man at short third man and down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he's a busy player. He's Sadiki Henry. Plays the laps, reverse sweep shots. Plays them very well and played that one to perfection, beating the man on the edge of the circle there, Leroy Lugg. Nice shot. Has to be busy and has to sustain this kind of busyness.
Henry faces again, and he's getting a ball that's dead straight. Forced to just play it back at the bowler. 33 gone. And we've seen 1 wicket down and 3 overs completed. Rate heading towards 15.5. And still you'd feel the batting team has their work cut out.
Yeah, I think they need a big over here. Have no choice but to target Pete Salmon, who's hard to get away. He's done this time and time again. Plays for St. Catherine is Pete Salmon.
And that one is a good shot. Lovely shot that. And they're going to have to target somebody. They can't allow any freebies. That one was flat batted out towards the mid-wicket region for 4. And here's Pete Salmon again. And Lewin is hitting down to long on. Only one on this occasion. Fairly pitched up. And had to settle for a single.
Full delivery there, driven down to long on, brings Henry into strike. Henry examining the field. And probably will see that sweep shot.
Henry on strike now, and he goes for it. Out through the mid-wicket region into the stands for a huge 6. Oh, he played that well.
Nice shot that from Henry, man of the match yesterday. And there you go, just showing an array of strokes here. Slug sweep on the charges. Sadiki Henry has work to do, needs to sustain this. He's already 12 from 7. He's batted really well this competition. That's a sweet shot.
Sweet indeed. Salmon now to Henry. And he's respectfully pushing out into the onside. They want 2. They will not come for it. And the umpire says no to 1 or 2 appeals for the run out.
More sharper Royals in the field opposed to the Risers. Running for everything, getting those throw in fast, right along the stumps.
This is hit out towards long on. Only one. Easily fielded. 45 for 1.
Real tough task. Even for Henry, who is batting well.
Here's
Tough
Salmon.
task.
Oh, right up there. They wanted a second, but Salmon doing some good work, running off to his right, all the way out towards mid-wicket, prevented that second. End of over number 4, 47 for 1. And they are almost scoring at 12 and over at the moment, but you still require well over 14 and over to win the game.
Yeah, Sadiq Henry 14 from 9 balls, 1 4, 1 6. McIntosh 12 from 7, 2 fours. Pete Salmon there in the context of the game, 2 overs for 20. Good job. He got the wicket. And Ryan Francis, I think some 6 runs off his over. I said Francis is a smart campaigner. Always in amongst the wickets, not going for much. Varying his space, bowling at the stump. Big challenge here for Henry.
Francis now to Henry. Henry gets one that's down the leg side, signaled a wide. One more to the total. That will have to be bowled over. Here's Francis. Punched off the back foot square. That's a lovely shot. This could run all the way to the boundary. You know, it does. Lovely cut shot.
Yeah.
He's looking quite the player, is Henry.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with him this tournament. He's shown that he can score all around the park. You see that short delivery, cut away, played it late. Reminds me somewhat of a great Sri Lankan batsman, Mahela Jayawardena. I think that's how he goes about his business. And Sadiq Henry, I think probably should look at him. Good role model to follow.
Now down the leg side again. And another wide being signaled as we speak.
I think that was the arm ball, sliding that one into the right-handed batsman. And some pressure putting on Francis here.
Here's Henry again. Good, exciting player. He's trying to heave that over mid-wicket. Ball may be bouncing a little bit more than he anticipated. Almost ended up costing him his off stump. There's another dot ball that the Risers will have to contend with.
6 runs from the over so far.
He's again trying a similar shot. That one generally spun away from the bat. And
Francis
comeback.
is good. He's good. I mean, he has done this time and time for the Royals in this competition. You see that he put some extra revs and pace, something that you wanted to see from Bulai and Fraser. As I think Francis summing up these conditions pretty well so far.
They're certainly bowling at a little bit quicker than the other team, and they're pitching the ball up a little bit more like that. Well, that was a little on the short side. And Henry, maybe that conservative shot was as a result of being beaten twice. He probably says, okay, maybe they are easier fishes to fry. Maybe not taking any extra chances.
We're going to see a reverse sweep here.
Well, yeah, playing quite circumspect. That's poor fielding. And now they are coming back for 2. So the disease that afflicted the Risers. Look at that. That should have been just 1, if any.
Seeing Glenn just charging in too fast. The captain not be happy with himself is Javel Glenn. He played really well when he was batting. Not feeling well on that occasion.
Sweep shot out towards backward square. Only 1. There's somebody stationed for that precise stroke. And end of over number 5. Required rate now heading up towards 17. So it's getting more and more difficult for the Risers. 5 overs to come. They still need another 84. And it's not going to be an easy task from here on, is it, Chris?
It's tough. I think some big overs needed now. Really I think these two, especially Lewin, has been at the crease for a long time. I think some risk has to be taken now from Henry and Lewin. Almost 17 runs per over. Tough chance this. Tough task this for the Risers. 56 for 1. They have some batting to come in, Delbert Gale and Chadwick Walton. And I think they're going to have to throw the kitchen sink at pretty much everything now if they're going to threaten a huge total of 140 made by the Royals.
All right, so 5 overs completed. 56 runs on the board. And still 84 runs to get from only 5 overs. Not going to be easy as Campbell will come into the attack. Here's Campbell, left arm over, bowled some brisk medium pace, and he's bowled him. He's bowled him. First delivery, Henry playing all around it, and he's out bowled, and that will make the task even more difficult now for the Risers.
I tell you what, there was some rain that was just sprinkling, a sprinkle of rain, and I would have wanted to know of it if you think that probably would have had any, you would say now, impact on that delivery, because the delivery just seemed to slide on.
It probably did. It probably did.
Sadiqi Henry hit the top off. Was a beautiful delivery, and Kari Campbell.
That one, I'd love to see that again, because that may have touched down maybe just on leg or just outside leg. Now, I agree it's the left-handed pacer coming over the wicket, and the natural angle is to slide it across the right-hander. But when you pitch leg or just outside and hit the top of off, there's not too many batsmen around the world who would do much better with that delivery. And when you as a batsman get one of those, you have to say, well bowled.
Hats off to the bowler.
Yeah.
First up from the bowler. I think sometimes you overcompensate the bowler in their first delivery to probably bowl a loosener. That was nowhere close to a loosener. It was just where it should be. Good length, top of off, brilliant delivery. And to dismiss one of the form batsmen in the tournament also, I think that's a top delivery from
High
Kari
quality
Campbell.
delivery that. Love to see that as soon as we can again.
Mullers himself, as I said, off Mitchell Stark. Mitchell Stark would be pretty much pleased.
Yeah. Brings Delbert Gale on strike now. Let's see if you could produce another Jaffa like that. Not a bad delivery. And it dribbles out into the onside. No signal, so some inside edge on that. When you have a left-arm pacer, they naturally angle away from the right-hander. The ability to bring it back is something that they don't have. But just the ball angling away from you as a right-hander is dangerous enough. And that one cannoned into off stump after pitching just about leg, and it's a good ball. That
I always think that the left arm pacer is a valuable asset to the personnel of a team, and showing that here is Campbell. Once they can pitch it in the right areas, they're always in business.
Low in arms pumping, and that's pulled. Oh, he's hit him.
Yep.
Oh, he's
It's a
hit the
nasty
batsman.
one there.
Oh my goodness! For a minute, I'm not sure he knew where he was. He didn't attempt to run. He didn't attempt anything. That was a blow to the helmet. And I'm not sure I like this from the bowler. Here is he hit the batsman. He went up, saw that the batsman was struggling, and no form of kindness on the bowler's part, no form of emotion. I'm not saying it has to be, but yeah, it's a competitive game. I would have liked to see the bowler just inquiring of the batsman there if all is well.
Yeah, I have to agree with it. I think based on what we have seen in cricket, Phil Hughes suffering, well, not suffering, it was a fatal. It ended up being fatal. So I think I have to agree with you. Still a gentleman's sport.
Yeah,
But,
and It's a good delivery that you want as a fast bowler to have that kind of ball in your armory, short and rearing at the batsman. But when he does get hit,
I think what I'm seeing, I think Lewin probably an opportunity for him to go and take a breather. Still Chadwick Walton left in the hutch. 83 to get from 27.
and we'll see that again. Now, usually one good sign that the batsman is in control of himself is if he's attempting to run after getting hit like that. But when Lewin got hit, he was just motionless. He never knew where the ball hit. Here's a short ball. It hit him there, and he was.
Oh, yeah.
You get the point I'm making.
Yep.
He was, for a second,
Trying to find his
trying to find himself.
Yeah.
He wasn't interested in running.
Delivery.
That one really hit him hard. I would have loved to see the bowler just inquiring if he's okay. But there are some like that, some who don't. He didn't break any rules, did Campbell.
When you go back to the point I was saying, I think there's a little bit of juice from that drizzle of rain.
Yes.
Now I think the ball now sliding on very sharply. We saw that from the spinner. Now we've seen that from Corey Campbell. It has been a very good over so far. A wicket, one dot ball, sharp delivery. That would have shaken up Lewin.
Any bets as to what this ball is? I'm thinking another
Back
bouncer.
of a length again.
Yeah.
Backing away probably.
No, he's up and carted into the outfield.
It's a brilliant catch.
The batsman was attempting to cart it towards mid-wicket. It peeled off towards third man. And Campbell celebrating. There seems to be some angst between him and Lewin, because that level of celebration after hitting the batsman and not showing too much sympathies, and maybe that dismissal owes as much to the previous delivery as it did to that. He was hitting towards mid-wicket, peeled off third man, and look at this for a catch. Nice running catch.
Yeah, good to
by
see.
Nicholson Gordon.
Good to see. We have seen some catches gone down today. And I think that Nicholson Gordon covering ground very quickly. Look at him there running around, very mindful of where the ropes are. Looks an absolute athlete. He is Nicholas Gordon. Looks fit. I think it's a good catch, good hands. Still no Chadwick Walton to the crease. But I think that was good bowling though. Short ball, shaking up the batsman, length delivery. And I think absolutely what you really...
He proved me wrong. I thought he was going to go for the short ball again. All right, so Chadwick Walton, as you were saying there, Chris Gale, still not there yet. And it's Delbert Gale, who is just 1 from 1. And what you don't want when you're chasing 140 is 2 batsmen relatively new at the crease. You want 1 batsman to always be there to keep the rate going. Here's Williams. And that's played square on the offside. They are running half and stopping. And had that hit.
He gave up.
Yeah, that the fielding team could have been in business.
So I think this over now has really knocked the wings out of the risers and this run chase. It has been an excellent over. 2 wickets in the over for Corey Campbell, and working up a nice team from that Courtney Walsh end. Cool afternoon. Tails is up. He's bowling well, is Corey Campbell. Hitting good lengths at the stump, at the batsman all the time, asking questions. This has been a good spell.
Yeah. And look at that. Good line. I've been impressed. This over has been full of intent, hostile, sharp. He means business, is Campbell, one of those fast bowlers that lets you know that they are coming. And that was a well-directed over, full of bristling hostility. 6 overs gone, 58 for 3, and Risers, the rate now heading towards 21. It's not over yet, but it's getting pretty close to being a one-sided contest from here on in.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how it goes. As I said, still no Chadwick Walton at the crease. Has been out of form. I think you look at the run chase, I would have assumed that he would have been a player to take on this run chase to really give the Risers some sort of chance. There's a real need, real power and experience in a run chase like this. 82 to get from 24. Rowan Senior, the bowler coming into the attack now. You just think that this is probably a bit too much for the Risers.
Yeah.
Plays for Melbourne. He is a senior. A younger brother of another cricketer, Roman Senior.
Left arm orthodox. Starts his run, aborts it. Senior it is. Short and punch round to the onside for a single. Good feeling out there in the deep.
I think they need to get it over for probably about 30 to get themselves back on track.
Yeah. Even if they hit 12 per over, which is what you usually aim for, it won't help them at this stage. We really need a special kind of innings. Who will play the Javel Glen innings? That's hit. Well, that's one way to do it. That's into the long off boundary without any great effort. Batsman coming forward and just punching it was Roberts into the long off fence, into the stands. And that's a very easy, almost casual six.
Flighted delivery right up in the slot, asking to be hit in T10 cricket. Think good batsman is going to smash those. I think the intent though from Senior is good, trying to flight the ball.
This one is short, and an attempted pull shot goes into the offside. They will not come back for the second. And having been pummeled down the ground, Senior adjusted his length. And Roberts couldn't quite capitalize. Moves to 7. 65 for 3.
Yeah, much flatter, much quicker there from Senior, making the adjustment very early. Delbert Gale, even with the form that he is been in, I think this is a tough task for him.
It's short and pulled around towards fine leg, and they take an easy single. Gale couldn't manage to beat the one man in that short fine leg region. Brings Roberts back on strike, who is probably the batsman with the more robust stroke play that's punched out towards long off with a flat bat. Will only get one. And in the context of things, it's a decent over this from Senior.
Good one delivery to go. Just the 10 runs from it. And the required run rate now inching up to 23 runs per over.
Yeah. That's driven out towards long off. That will not cause any damage at all. And an over that cost 11 actually has helped the fielding team when the required run rate now heading towards 24, and 11 run over is priceless to the side bowling.
Yeah. Delbert Gale, 5 from 5. You look at those strike rates, not the kind of strike rate you'd want. Striking it at 100. Cashin Roberts, 1-6. Kari Campbell, though, 1 over, 2 runs. That over was good. I think that over really knocked the Wings, as I said before, out of the risers. 1 over, 2 runs, 2 wickets in that over for Kari Campbell. Very good over. He's back now for his second.
Well, let's see if he still runs in with the kind of almost animosity against the batsman. And there are some bowlers like that. You put on a pad and stand in front of them. Otherwise, fairly gentle characters can be transformed into menaces. And Campbell, in this spell, is in the kind of mood that you kind of like to see a fast bowlers have. He's running in with intent. His team, for all practical purposes, has won this game. Look at that. That's in the air. That could be out caught on ball. He is. Again, the short ball. And look at the celebration. He's really pumped, is Campbell. And that was just too much of a heavy ball. Too much pace on that. And another batsman goes perishing. Campbell down 3 runs. Or is that 3 wickets, 2 runs? He's likely... He's maybe challenging Javel Glen for the man of the game with this kind of bowling.
See, it's been a top-class spell. Good to see a fast bowler running in so hard, putting in the effort. And I think he has got some good rewards for his efforts. Is Kari Campbell. I think it's really a challenge for him now is to kick on from this I think so many times you see fast bowlers, they can bowl for 2, 3, 4 overs. I think you want to see them do that for 10 overs spell, 12 overs spell. I think that's where he now wants to move his cricket to. But I think this is good. Doing a really good job here.
I'm impressed with him, is Campbell. He's one of the bowlers that has caught the eye, certainly caught my eye since the tournament has started. He does give that extra oomph when he's running in, and that left arm angle.
Attacks the wicket so hard, so fast, strong action, and
he's fairly accurate as well, but it's his attitude. He's coming at the batsman and he lets them know it.
I think attitude has a lot to do with the efforts of a fast bowler. You will want to see them with this kind of aggressive attitude.
That's peeling off out towards third man, and a single. And as part of his attitude, the batting team requires almost 25 and over, so they're not likely to win the game. But when he got the wicket, he celebrated like a man who is saying, I need this. I like the attitude of the young pacer. Still feels that after he hit the batsman, maybe a quick word, but like I said, he broke no rules.
Well, again, that goes to show the aggression of the man Campbell. Lethal.
It's the kind of fast bowler that you as a captain like to have, the kind of man that you can throw the ball to when things are not happening. He's really running in. And they have sent back the short fine leg. They've sent it all the way back as if to say,
it's going to be short.
It's going to be short, Walton. It's right up. Right up. Their appealing is gone. And Walton's rather ordinary form continued. But that, again, is high quality bowling. They sent the short fine leg back to put it in Chadwick Walton's mind that the short ball is coming. And then this was almost the perfect Yorker. And this is probably the most impressive spell I've seen from any fast bowler since I've been watching this tournament. Look at this, with the fieldsman going back. Look at that. Right up. Pace.
Mitch Stark.
Yeah. I like it. I like what I'm seeing from Campbell.
Yes, good delivery. Think, call it the double bluff. Probably was expecting the short delivery. It was fast, at the toes at Chadwick Walton. He really didn't know much about that. Absolutely high quality fast bowling from Kari Campbell. 4 wickets, 3 runs, brilliant stuff. He has demonstrated really good skills here. He's been short, he's been on a good length, and he's been full. But I think most importantly, he's been at the batsman with good pace, generating good energy, and just really knocked this team. Any hope, any prospect of a victory that the Risers had in mind, Kari Campbell has dented that.
Chris Powell is the man on strike. He's batted only once in this tournament after 6 games. Can hit it a long way, but I think the die has been cast. It would be a miracle if the Risers can get the job done from here. 28 per over needed. All they need to do is hit 5, 6 and over, and they're well on their way.
I think the fat lady has thing. Yeah.
Look at the energy and pace. He was trying for the Yorker again. He's not just there to bowl out his overs. He wants more wickets. He wants a fifer. And it's not often that somebody gets 5 wickets in any form of cricket, much less a 10-over game where one bowler is only able to bowl 2.
I think one of the best way to contain a team is to take wickets. Kari Campbell has demonstrated that today. Fast. I'm expecting this to be at the stump. Orville fast at the stump. Definitely has to be.
It's the bumper. And that's some serious pace. It's wide. But Lord have mercy, the intent is there. You could hear from here the thud on ball and pitch. And you said he would pitch it up. Well, when I felt he would be short, he bowled the Yorker.
You still thinking we're in a T10 match here?
I'm impressed with this. What can you tell us about Campbell?
I think Kari Campbell, the first time that I would have seen him, I think would have been in SDC. I was a part of the team playing with, I think, Richmond Park. And he had some issues with...
Played for Melbourne.
Yeah.
Look at the pace here. That's a quality delivery.
Yeah.
I mean, Powell is not the greatest of batsmen, but that was still wonderfully bowled.
Yeah, I think the issue that I had with him at the time, and I think it was around last year this time when I saw him playing for Richmond Park, It was getting his radar right. And I think today he has demonstrated that he's working on getting his radar right. The batsman has been asked to play more times than not.
Very, very impressed with Campbell. That's hit back down the ground. And Powell gets off the mark. Gets one. And look at this for a spell. Well, there's still one delivery to come. 4 for 6. 4 wickets.
To the risers, you would think Kari Campbell had bowled some 5 overs. He's just bowled 11 deliveries or 12, 13 deliveries with probably the wide, you think. But I think has been a real menace to them. Is Kari Campbell.
I'd be very surprised if this youngster, understand he's in his early 20s, I'd be very surprised if the national selectors are not interested. That is another world-class delivery there. And I think the national selectors should be interested in this left-handed fast bowler here. He gives you everything. He gives you pace, he gives you direction, he gives you control, and he gives you attitude. Very, very impressed.
I think apart from Sheldon Cottrell, I haven't seen a left-arm pacer for Jamaica in a long time. I think this is something to watch. I saw Andel Gordon earlier, but I think something for the selectors to think about. Sheldon Cottrell also, you think pretty much on the back end, I don't know, probably on the back end of his career, but mostly playing T20 cricket. But just to prove my point, it's an opportunity. I haven't seen a left-arm pacer in a while for Jamaica. But now Kari Campbell, if he can sustain this, I mean, he's just asked to bowl 2 overs here. My challenge is to do this for 8 to 10 overs for a spell. If you can do this for 8 to 10 overs, then I think you're in a good place.
Yeah, I look out for that name, Kari Campbell. Genuinely has potential. Anyway, here's senior. First over costing 11. So now 2 overs remaining to get 67 runs. 33 the rate required. And Powell slaps that out towards the man at cover. And good fielding from Nkrumah Bonner. No run. It's all but over at the moment. We're just ticking the register towards the end of the contest now. An impossible 36 the rate. And Powell is unable to do anything but hit it back towards the bowler.
No, I think for the last 3 overs or so, 4 overs or so, this innings has gone nowhere. Required run rate is 40.
Yeah, required rate only 40 and over. And
only 40.
Only 40. That's it out towards long on for a single. I think the bowling of the risers was a lot too short. And I think they should have learned here. That one is hit through the covers. That's a lovely shot for 4. A case of too little, too late. But that, for what it's worth, was a lovely shot. Hit all along the ground with a lot of power and ended up in the boundary.
A nice shot from Roberts. A nice shot from Roberts. It's a power play over, so probably no protection down on that long off boundary. Easy hit, full delivery. Hit it very hard. I think the Royals here probably just want to win this as convincing as possible. As we get close to the back end of the tournament, probably net run rate comes into play.
That's hit in the air. It falls outside of the range of a group of unrushing fieldsmen. Landed perfectly in the middle of all of them. And one more run to the total.
Energy shown in the field there at the Royals. Even though they have this match in their grasp, they're still putting out 110% effort in the field, still doing the basics, and still trying to make this as polished of a performance as possible.
Powell hits that out towards long on, and again, only a single. So the end of senior's second over, conceded 18 and 80 for 5. The risers need 60 from 6 balls. And the fat lady is now well into Whitney Houston mode.
Yeah, I think so good was that partnership though from the Bonner and Glenn has set this matchup nicely for them. It was a 100-run partnership in T10 cricket. They batted really well. And I think they were aided to some bad bowling, some really poor fielding also. As we see Jamie Hay gets ready to put down another over. But again, this Royals team, you look at the Surrey Kings team, very power-packed team, full of resources. So is this Royals team. A lot to call on. Hey, just bowling the first over. There's so much resources in this Royals team.
Yeah, I expect Javel Glenn with that swashbuckling 70 to get man of the match, but I think his performance is no more impressive than what we've seen from Kari Campbell. This one is tugged out towards mid-wicket for a single. And while I probably would give Javel Glenn the man of the match, because after his innings it was difficult for his team to lose, but in terms of sheer impressive performances,
yeah,
I think Campbell was right up there with what he's done with the ball in this game.
I think I would give Glenn, and I'll tell you why after this delivery.
All right, so that's hit out towards long on for a single.
Going back, I think Glenn, you look at that partnership, the team 7 for 2 down in really deep trouble.
Yeah, I'd give him as well.
Yeah,
I would give him as well. But I'm saying what we saw from Campbell is no less impressive. But they probably, in the context of a game, I think Glenn's performance was probably more important to his team, but not more impressive, if you get the point.
Yeah. I get it, definitely.
Another single. All of this really doesn't matter in the context of the game at the moment.
I agree with you. It was good to see. Really, you would say, wake up the pitch.
Yes.
Kari Campbell. Hostile stuff.
I love it.
I think everybody here at Sabina Park, the members of the Kingston Cricket Club, everybody here will be very much pleased to see. They've seen some really good cricket in this contest today. They've seen a fine innings from Bonner, Glenn, and that spell from Kari Campbell to really put the icing on the cake on what has been a good day of cricket.
So only 2 deliveries now to come. It's only for academic purposes, only because you have to complete the fixtures. But this is a truly good performance from the Royals. That's another play and miss, and taken by the keeper. So here, not bowling a bad last over. Granted, he's bowling at without absolutely any pressure. And we've seen that pressure can do funny things in this game of cricket.
Sorry, Royals need this win. They need it. It's been polished. It has been good.
And the final one is hit back at the bowler. Hits the stumps. And that then is that's game, set, match. The Royals have won by, 55 runs? A comprehensive win. And Chris Gale will tell you what that means for both these teams as we look towards the back end of the competition. I, for one, will take my leave. Hope you enjoyed what you heard from me for the last 2 days. And we leave it to the illustrious Chris Gale.
Thank you very much, Orville. Well, this means that the Surrey Royals, they will go to the top of the table here in the Dream 11 T10 cricket competition. They have taken that first spot away from the Surrey Kings, and deservingly so. A polished victory in this contest. They win by 55 runs. Set up this match, really, you have to say, the captain, Javel Glenn, and the West Indians middle order batsman, Nkrumah Bonner, he played a special innings. Kari Campbell, a magical spell. 4 wickets for 5 runs from 2 overs, also aided in this performance. A good one, an immaculate one, and one, as I said, has lifted them up to first spot here in this Dream 11 Jamaica T10 match. And match 26 has been completed. Royals, they reign supreme by 55 runs. We'll now stand by for the man of the match presentation ceremony. I'm here with Kari Campbell. Not many times you see 4 for 6 in a T10 game, but today we saw it. Kari Campbell, you were good. You bowled with a lot of energy. What was the plan when the captain said, Kari Campbell, your time?
We just come and bowl hard length, and I just stick to the plan, as skipper said, and do my best, and everything just falling on.
Was the pitch assisting you in any way?
Yes, it got a bit of juice and things, so. Yeah, so once I realized that from the first ball, I think my confidence get a little boost. But they try my best didn't to get carried away and just stick to the plan.
You didn't start the competition for the Royals. You've been on the bench. What have you in this team, which is two?
Sabina Park, it assists the bowlers, as we know over the years, especially pace bowlers. So come and bowl hard length and thing, as we see in the competition, and you just, let the ball do the work.
Okay, thank you very much, Kari Campbell. Well bowled and continue in that vein.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so there you have it, an excellent spell from Kari Campbell. 4 for 6 from his 2 overs was absolutely brilliant. Knocked the wings out of the Surrey Risers. They win by 56 runs is the Royals, and they now jump to that #1 position in the Dream 11 T10 cricket competition. Well, that's it from us here at Sabina Park. We'll ask you to join us tomorrow for another doubleheader as this competition winds down to the end.